Welcome everybody to Capital Mondays. This is the second episode in our reading through Capital Volume 1, but that means that it's technically our fifth episode because we spent our first three long ones working through Michael Heinrich's the introduction to the three volumes of Karl Marx's Capital. This little book, and judging by the view count on the first versus the second installment, now that the second part of us reading this work has come out, it seems like everyone was really excited about the idea of us doing this, and then about 150 people are still interested. Because that's how I expect it to be. I expect it to be something like that, right? So what about you, Nance?
Yeah, man. Like, I'm stoked when I'm working, driving, working in a warehouse, working in a shop, working, in a house and construction. Like when I'm working, I want, like when I was using YouTube to listen to shit, I would look for hours. Like, how many hours is this? I want to be able to put something on and leave it in my pocket because I'm fucking working. I can't be getting in and getting my shit out of my pocket. Like I'm working, and often my hands are covered in shit, or I'm driving a truck or something. So I would be like, fuck yeah, 4 hours. Good. This is good. Throw it on, listen for usually like 2.5 hours or whatever, because it's usually sped up.
Right.
And that's it. Like, that's the demo. If you, I mean, if it, I don't know, like this is like long form research, like, yeah. But if all the people that are here for it, fuck yeah, dude. Like that's the shit.
We've got that many.
Yeah.
And that's cool. It's cool to be out here with you all.
And like these books are big, long ass books anyway. I don't know. Like if you want a 30-minute YouTube video about Capital, I don't know. I don't know what you're planning to get out of it. I honestly don't even think at the end of this that a 30-minute video would suffice to even really explain the project. Like, introductory type shit is still going to be lengthy because it's such a complex project. I mean, and in a sense, I mean, you could just sum everything up by saying like it's all bullshit, but then you would have to explain by like what you mean by all that.
Right.
Like, well, what I mean when I say that is X, Y, and Z, and also A, B, and C, and 1, 2, and 3, and like, because it can't be summed up in a half-hour YouTube video or a 45-minute video essay or whatever, or even a 1 or 2 hour long podcast. Like,
and so one of the things we'll have to get into then is like, well, why and what's the point, given that is the case? This just seems like a sinkhole for time and energy that will go on forever. So what's the point? Like, it's ultimately keeping us from organizing. It's keeping us from doing other kinds of theory. It's just getting in the way. And we have enough answers to that we could probably do like a 2-hour stream just talking about that. But for now, I would just say that part of the point is to just break out of the idea that you got to do it as quick as possible, get to the end of it, have the correct take on it, cite the right passage, and move on. And instead, like, changing the orientation towards this text that weighs heavy on us. So it's just like, yeah, we give it the time of day. We give it the time of day once a week. And when I say it weighs heavy on us, I'm sorry, but like, we don't like if we were out here talking and we're like, oh, the devil is up to something, and oh, Jesus, we need Jesus. And like, if that was like in our discourse every day, all day, but we weren't reading biblical scripture and probably studying Hebrew or Aramaic, then we're fucking idiots, man. I'm I'm sorry. You got to take responsibility for your discourse. Our discourse revolves around the term capital. It wouldn't if it wasn't for this idea that these volumes exist. And I say it's the idea that these volumes exist, not the reality that these volumes exist. It is the idea of these volumes having the pulse on the actual circuit of capital, being able to say MCM prime, being able to say that and then think, oh yeah, when I say that, that is actually encompassing this project or whatever. And it's just like, I say that and I feel bad. I don't feel good when I say that capital is doing this or capital is doing that, or ultimately at the basis of this and that and the other, it's capital or capital is doing this or that. It's just a master signifier. I see through it now. It has functioned this way for me for a long time. And I want to unpack the black box, and I don't want to do it like, oh, we got to do that really quick so that we can just get this book project done, or so we can do this other thing, or so I can teach that introductory course. It's like, no, I mean, like, is that the goal with all the expansion packs and the critiques from inside and outside? It's too much to fit inside of any container, any project to put any real deadline on, but we'll be chipping away at it until we're dead. And it's cool to have this as well as many other projects going. That feels good. Even though I don't really have my time energy, even though I'm exhausted from my job. Today is my Friday. Well, I guess I just got off of work, right? So it's like, I kind of have the rest of the today ahead of me. So it's sort of Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. Even though I'm exhausted, and it's because we have this bigger thing than us, and it gives us energy.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, dude. Yesterday after the CMT lecture, the final CMT lecture, I was really, really stoked on a lot of the CMT shit, but also like bringing it back to Capital and like knowing, oh, it's Sunday. We're about to do Capital Monday tomorrow. Like that, I kept coming back to that and getting stoked and thinking back to Heinrich and also what we read last week. The first couple dozen pages. I kept coming back to it, and I was fucking stoked. It is very energy. It's full of energy.
And you too, dear listener, could someday do this as well. You don't have to do it now, but you kind of get to by just being with us. And who knows, maybe when you do it, it'll be a different text. But yeah, I don't know. This seems important for us right now, so let's get to it. So I've got the document open in front of me. I remember we ended out the last time with this breakdown between the different ways that value can change, where it goes up, it goes down, based on scarcity, based on labor time shortages or surpluses. We're talking about constant fluctuation, where it's multivariable. Oh no, the last one's where it's multivariable. It's all simultaneous. And so that's where we're at. Now we're moving into section 3, as you have up there on the screen, the equivalent form. It's 147, right? I'll start.
Yep.
We have seen that a commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of a commodity B of a different kind, the coat, impresses upon the latter a form of value peculiar to it, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen brings to view its own existence as a value through the fact that the coat can be equated with the linen, although it has not assumed a form of value distinct from its own physical form. The coat is directly exchangeable with the linen. In this way, the linen, in fact, expresses its own existence as a value, Wertstein. The equivalent form of a commodity accordingly is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. If one kind of commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats therefore acquire the characteristic property of being in a form in which they can be directly exchanged with linen, this still by no means provides us with the proportion in which the two are exchangeable. Since the magnitude of the value of the linen is a given quantity, this proportion depends on the magnitude of the coat's value. Whether the coat is expressed as the equivalent and the linen as relative value, or inversely, the linen is expressed as equivalent and the coat as relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined as ever by the labor time necessary for its production, independently of its value form. But as soon as the coat takes up the position of the equivalent in the value expression, the magnitude of its value ceases to be expressed quantitatively. On the contrary, the coat now figures in the value equation merely as a definite quantity of some article. Confusion.
So when it's a relative value, it's in this supposed state of having this intrinsic value. It's use value.
Use value is so use value would be the intrinsic value of linen. It's what you can do with it. But then as soon as it's being compared against something for exchange,
then it becomes a use value for the expression of the value of the relative thing. So it's like it becomes like untethered from anything but the thing that it's being used to express. Like, so in this case, say one coat is worth 20 yards of linen. Those 20 yards of linen are only serving the purpose of measuring and expressing the value of the one coat. Whereas the value of the coat is its use value. The value of the linen is only in expressing the value of the use value of the coat.
Okay. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth what? 2 coats. Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent, because the use value coat counts as the embodiment of value vis-a-vis the linen, a definite number of coats is sufficient to express a definite quantity of value in the linen. Oh, you should probably, in the notes there, make a page 147. And then for this page, just add, Marx gives an example of linen being measured on the one hand, according to value as equivalent, comma, and then on the other hand as use value or something like that. 2 coats can therefore express the magnitude of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the magnitude of their own value because they had a superficial conception of this fact, as in because they considered that in the equation of value, the equivalent always has the form of a simple quantity of some article of a use value. Bailey and many of his predecessors and followers were misled into seeing the expression of value as merely a quantitative relation, whereas in fact, the equivalent form of a commodity contains no quantitative determinant of value. So Bailey and these people had a superficial idea of a fact. What was the fact? That 2 coats can express the magnitude of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the magnitude of their own value. Oh, right. So you can only express the value of something by comparing it to something else.
Right. And in the equation, or from the perspective of capital, the thing has no value other than the expression of that other thing's value.
Right. Okay. Stupid Bailey. Whereas, in fact, the equivalent form of a commodity contains no quantitative determinant of value. The first peculiarity which strikes us when we reflect on the equivalent form is this, that use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. The natural form of the commodity becomes its value form. So the natural form up until this point had meant use value. But now he's saying its natural form is, okay, so that's definitely deserves its own point in the notes. But note well, this substitution only occurs in the case of a commodity B, coat or maize or iron, etc., when some other commodity A, linen, etc., enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since a commodity cannot be related to itself as equivalent and therefore cannot make its own physical shape into the expression of its own value, it must be related to another commodity as equivalent and therefore must make the physical shape of another commodity into its own value form. Okay, so let's just use an example. He said maize. That's a word for corn. And so let's just say that you're able to harvest 6 tons of corn every year, right? And that's all you have. You just grow corn. And you got to pay taxes on it. You got to give corvée to the feudal lord, tithe to the church, whatever. Leaving a certain amount of it that you have that you are able to take to market. But we're thinking like a long time ago. We're thinking at a time when like it's before capitalism, right? You would also have on that farm a lot of other use values. And whatever you have left over, it's like, okay, you're going to think of like specific things that you need and specific people that you can give corn to. Maybe, I don't know. And like, the point is like there's still money in such a society, but use value still remains the natural form. It's only in capitalism that this inversion takes place. Is that what Marx is going for?
Yeah, because in a system where you're not concerned with like global circulation and exchange, it does matter what things can do for you. Not what they can symbolize or what you think they can do and ideology and blah, blah, blah.
Not how much you can get for them. Yeah.
Right.
Let us make this clear with the example of a measure which is applied to commodities as material objects, as use values. A sugar loaf, because it is a body, is heavy and therefore possesses weight. But we can neither take a look at this weight nor touch it. We then take various pieces of iron, whose weight has been determined beforehand. The bodily form of the iron considered for itself is no more the form of appearance of weight than it is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as a weight, we put it into relation of weight with the iron. In this relation, the iron counts as a body representing nothing but weight, Quantities of iron therefore serve to measure the weight of the sugar and represent in relation to the sugar loaf weight in its pure form, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, as in within the relation into which the sugar or any other body whose weight is to be found enters with the iron. If both objects lacked weight, they could not enter into this relation. Hence, the one cannot serve to express the weight of the other. When we throw both of them into the scales, we see in reality that considered as weight, they are the same, and therefore that taken in the appropriate proportions, they have the same weight. Just as the body of the iron, as a measure of weight, represents weight alone in relation to the sugar loaf, so, in our expression of value, the body of the coat represents value alone. So, your note was, if we are going to assume as system in which all things are exchangeable, we must have a universal measure against things that may be assessed, iron and sugar, or against which things may be assessed, iron and sugar, universal weights and measures, social average labor power. Yeah, that's what he's getting to. And so, yeah, okay, it's a good example. Here, however, the analogy ceases. In the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf, the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies, their weight. But in the expression of value of the linen, the coat represents a supranatural property, their value, which is something purely social. So I think you should probably add a bullet point there for that one. Purely social is a really, I would say something along the lines of, so the reason that the analogy with the weights and iron fails is because like weight is real.
Well, so weight is real. However,
it's not just a social relation.
Okay. It's not just a social relation. It is real. How we express it, how we conceive of it, how we conceptualize it is a social construct. And it is in relation to these blocks of iron that are actually in London. For most of the anglicized world, our imperial measurements are based on like physical objects that are in London. So, but it's also an objective intrinsic quality of things, that things are affected by gravity to an extent that is measurable. But in order to express that in language, we need a social construct. So it expresses this, the universal weights and measures and a universal system of value are similar in that way, that they're socially constructed. However, they're dissimilar because weight is a real thing, whereas value is purely social.
There you go.
And that goes, well, I don't know. Just like when people ontologize value and they ontologize labor and they do all that stuff, like, it's frustrating because Marx opens up by saying, let's not do that. But then people want to do that.
Well, I'll let you finish that sentence. I don't know how you're going to write it, but well, what are you saying though? So what do you mean? People forget, he's saying don't do what? And then people do it anyway? What is it?
Don't do this thing where we act like value is this intrinsic quality.
Okay. Right. Cause don't
confuse gravity and value. But people sure do want to do that when they say, yeah, value is created during the production process. Like there's multiple things wrong with that. And it is frustrating.
Yeah, to say that it's purely social is also, like, I would say, an extreme form of the argument, because he could have said that it's largely social or it becomes primarily social, but he's saying it's purely social, which is very different than saying that I guess there's still a way that you could say labor is the sole source of value, and then you could just say, yes, but value is also purely social. Like there's still, you could probably still make those things work together. No. I'm trying to give the devil its due here. I mean,
I think you can, but they're missing something. They're missing a step.
Okay, what's the step?
The use value can come purely from labor time and labor power. Like the use value of a thing, it took me 17 hours to make this desk. So that saved you 17 hours of your time. If you need a desk, you can purchase my desk. That took me 17 hours. That's where the value came from. But the exchange value is already separate from the use value. So that already comes from social relations. That already comes from maybe my position as a cabinet maker or a desk maker, and your position is, say you're a watchmaker and you need a desk to build your watches. So I already have an advantage over you because I build desks for a living and you don't. So that, like, they're missing a step when they want to say that labor is the sole source of value, because there's already exchange dynamics in place when you go to exchange things. Like when you're using this system of universal exchangeability, you already have conditions and predispositions. And say you're my buddy, I can sell it to you for less than what it cost me. Or say you're a dick, so I sell it to you for twice what it cost me. Or the transport, or this, like, I don't know. They're missing a step when they do that, because they're talking about exchange value, but they're thinking about use value.
I see. Right. And use value is what naturalizes exchange value. Right. That's the issue here. The relative value form of a commodity, the linen, for example, expresses its value existence as something wholly different from its substance and properties, as the quality of being comparable with a coat, for example. This expression itself, therefore, indicates that it conceals a social relation, with the equivalent form of the reverse is true. The equivalent form consists precisely in this, that the material commodity itself, the coat for instance, expresses value just as it is in everyday life, and is therefore endowed with the form of value by nature itself. Admittedly, this holds good only within the value relation, in which the commodity linen is related to the commodity coat as its equivalent. However, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things. They are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. The coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form. I'm going to highlight the word mysteriousness here. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting for them dazzling commodities, and with ever renewed satisfaction reeling off a catalog of all the inferior commodities which have played the role of the equivalent at one time or another. He does not suspect that even the simplest expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals one coat, already presents the riddle of the equivalent form for us to solve.
So, this
I just want to point out that this is not the standard structuralist or dialectical way of saying things. When he says that the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things. They are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. Which would make you think that things do have intrinsic properties. Those intrinsic properties are just not activated unless brought into relation with other things.
Yeah.
Which is just a little note on how he's thinking about dialectics here. Right? I mean, I was kind of like, oh, interesting. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Oh, did I just mute myself? You heard me talking, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to restate.
Isn't this a lot harder? This is a lot harder doing it this. I mean, we've been reading stuff like we've been just reading, or we've been reading stuff that we read over recently, and it's just like, just CPE is just harder to summarize as you go.
Yes. Yeah.
So which part are you trying to summarize here? The paragraph on 149?
Yeah. The meat of that final paragraph. That the equivalent form does kind of cover up these social relations, or not kind of, does cover up this, I don't know, reality. And it turns things into use values to be used for the expression of values of other things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes everything fungible. This
right.
Because universal exchangeability.
So the coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. These headphones seem like they're worth $120. That seems as much a property of them as the fact that they are black, that they are sound canceling, right?
I mean, yeah, it really is doing this operation where you are including exchange value in the category of things like gravity, or like refraction of light, or like permeability. Like, it is doing this thing of prioritizing the exchange value.
It's like hard.
And turning it into like a fundamental, so it's like doing qualia. It's like making it a qualia.
Yeah. In fact, no, I mean, and it really qualia is getting at value itself. Like whenever we talk about qualia, we're talking about those qualities of a thing that are somehow emergent in consciousness, but not reducible to any of the given properties of the thing. But like you say, oh, but it's, you could describe all of its properties. That doesn't get to it. But you're like, no, it's got like this quality of happiness or joy. Like, like this object has like this, or cute. It's cute. It's like cuteness is not a thing in a baby or a little animal or a Pokemon. It's not like cute. Like what is cuteness? It's qualia. In the same way that like the colors clash. The colors on that clash. Yeah, we're in the realm of something not easy to pin down because it is social.
Yeah.
But I guess the point is to make a qualia or quality feel like an intrinsic property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The first peculiar, oh, you have to scroll down.
Oh, so
we're on the first paragraph here. The first peculiarity which strikes us when we reflect on the equivalent form is this, that use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite value. The natural form of the commodity becomes its value form. But note well, this substitution only occurs in the case of a commodity B, coat or mace or iron, etc. Oh, wait. I'm on the wrong page. I was just going to say, like, what the hell? That sounds a lot like, no. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I'm going to reread part of where we already were on the other page there. He then seeks to explain why the mystical character of gold and silver, by substituting for them less dazzling commodities and with ever renewed satisfaction, reeling off a catalog of all the inferior commodities which have played the role of the equivalent at one time or another. He does not suspect that even the simplest expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equal one coat, already presents the riddle of the equivalent form for us to solve. The body of the commodity, which serves as the equivalent, always figures as the embodiment of abstract human labor and is always the product of some specific useful and concrete labor. This concrete labor therefore becomes the expression of abstract human labor. If the coat is merely abstract human labor's realization, the tailoring actually realized in it is merely abstract human labor's form of realization. In the expression of value of the linen, the usefulness of tailoring consists not in making clothes, and thus also people, but in making a physical object which we at once recognize as value, as a congealed quantity of labor, therefore, which is absolutely indistinguishable from the labor objectified in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, tailoring itself must reflect nothing apart from its own abstract quality of being human labor. Human labor power is expended in the form of tailoring as well as in the form of weaving. Both therefore possess the general property of being human labor, and they therefore have to be considered in certain cases. such as the production of value, solely from this point of view. There is nothing mysterious in this, but in the value expression of the commodity, the question is stood on its head. In order to express the fact that, for instance, weaving creates the value of linen through its general property of being human labor, rather than in its concrete form as weaving, we contrast it with the concrete labor which produces the equivalent of the linen, namely tailoring. Tailoring is now seen as the tangible form of realization of abstract labor. And the reason tailoring is now seen as the tangible form of realization of abstract human labor is because we're talking still about the linen. 20 yards of linen equals a coat. Well, the tailoring makes the coat. The weaving makes the linen. And so when you say that the 20 yards of linen equals a coat, he's just saying you are invoking this idea that tailoring itself is the tangible form of this abstract human labor ideal. The equivalent form, therefore, possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract human labor. But because this concrete labor, tailoring, counts exclusively as the expression of undifferentiated human labor, it possesses the characteristic of being identical with other kinds of labor, such as the labor embodied in the linen. Consequently, although like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals. Consequently, although like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals, it is nevertheless labor in its directly social form. It is precisely for this reason that it presents itself to us in the shape of a product which is directly exchangeable with other commodities. Thus, the equivalent form has a third peculiarity. Private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. So I take that to mean that everyone's operating with this idea of unqualified labor as like this abstract average. It's just like, oh yeah, you put work into the things that you do, I put work into the things that I do. We're all making value by putting work into the things that we do. That's why we exchange those things, right? And so like the idea is like, even though you might be a doctor and I might be an Amazon worker, the reason this all works is because we have this idea of abstract labor.
Right. Because if you simply thought, oh, the amount of labor time put into a thing means more value, then you would think a slow-paced worker would create something with more value versus a high-paced worker who like the fast-paced worker would actually create more value because they would produce more things. But when you abstract it, then it becomes, but it's like it's abstracted, but it's never actually expressed. It's always just included in, it's snuck in to the concept without ever being articulated or acknowledged.
The two peculiarities of the equivalent form we have just developed will become still clearer if we go back to the great investigator who was the first to analyze the value form, like so many other forms of thought, society, and nature. I mean Aristotle. I like how that's a single sentence. I mean Aristotle. isn't there a Bible verse, and Jesus wept? It's the shortest. It's the shortest.
Yeah.
It's the shortest sentence in the Bible, and Jesus wept. Well, I found the shortest sentence in Capital. I mean Aristotle. There we go. We were just talking about how we want to read some Aristotle. In the first place, he states quite clearly that the money form of the commodity is only a more developed aspect of the simple form of value, as in of the expression of the value of a commodity in some other commodity chosen at random. For he says, 5 beds equals 1 house. Goddamn, houses were cheap. So 5 beds. You're right, dude. No,
I've got 5 beds in my house.
But
I don't own my house.
It's not that the houses were cheap. It's just that these were really nice beds.
They were sick ass beds.
Dude, these beds took years to make. Like each one took like a decade to make. Like they were, mahogany engraved, Okay, so Aristotle saying that 5 beds equals 1 house is indistinguishable from 5 beds equals a certain amount of money. He further sees that the value relation which provides the framework for this expression of value itself requires that the house should be qualitatively equated with the bed, and that these things, being distinct to the senses, could not be compared with each other as commensurable magnitudes if they lacked this essential identity. What's the essential identity between these things? The value relation which provides the framework for this expression of value itself requires that the house should be qualitatively equated with the bed, and these things, being distinct to the senses, could not be compared with each other as commensurable magnitudes if they lacked this essential identity.
Which is the value form. Like the value form is this mysterious thing that accounts for the comparison of non-comparable things.
Oh, I see.
Like it's like, let's just make up this mysterious magical third quality and say the bed and the house are in fact similar in this regard.
There can be no exchange, Aristotle says, without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Here, however, he falters and abandons the further analysis of the form of value. It is, however, in reality impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable, as in qualitatively equal. This form of equation can only be something foreign to the true nature of the things. It is therefore only a makeshift for practical purposes. Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what prevented any further analysis: the lack of a concept of value. What is the homogeneous element, as in the common substance, which the house represents from the point of view of the bed, in the value expression for the bed? Such a thing in truth cannot exist, says Aristotle. But why not? Towards the bed, the house represents something equal, insofar as it represents what is really equal, both in the bed and the house, and that is human labor. So Aristotle doesn't see that. However, Aristotle himself was unable to extract this fact, that in the form of commodity values, all labor is expressed as equal human labor, and therefore as labor of equal quality, by inspection from the form of value, because Greek society was founded on the labor of slaves, hence had as its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, because and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This, however, becomes possible only in a society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor. Hence, the dominant social relation is the relation between men as possessors of commodities. Aristotle's genius is displayed precisely by his discovery of a relation of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only the historical limitation inherent in the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what, in reality, this relation of equality consisted of. Yeah, this definitely reads these couple pages where he's saying that Aristotle couldn't know what makes these commodities commensurable because he's in a slave-based society, not a society where the commodity relation is central and people relate to each other as commodity owners. This whole section could be taken as a support for a standard labor theory of value, and I've seen it used that way. It does sound like he's coming from the standpoint of the labor theory of value and saying Aristotle couldn't see what actually makes commodities exchangeable is abstract labor, which obviously has its basis in real labor. So, and I'm not against this reading still. Like, I was just listening to Mosley critiquing Heinrich, and I don't know, maybe he's right. I have to, it's going to take a long time before I can say. But for right now, all I can say is for sure that this is like one way that this could be still the standard value form position is that he's just saying, people still had this vague idea that things are commensurable. Yes. And that's because human labor is involved. And he's saying exchange ultimately is going to pivot into that kind of analogy, that kind of thought experiment, that kind of abstraction. Like exchange just does this. It wasn't until a commodity central society when people like Ricardo and Adam Smith were really able to articulate it in such clear terms. But that was still what was going on. I don't know. You can take it away. Or do you have something here?
Yeah, I don't like this being used to support a labor theory of value. I like it as, I don't know, just expressing the incoherence of this idea of value in the first place. And I also think Marx is historicizing a little bit here, and I don't like that. Like he couldn't understand it because his society was a slave society, not a commodity-based society. Like, yeah, of course that makes sense, but also
could be a million other things.
Yeah, like it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Right. It doesn't.
It feels too post hoc for me to really care much about one way or the other. It's just like, okay. I don't care if you're calling Aristotle a genius. I'm not saying he's not. I'm also just like, okay,
well,
this is a little
he
bit
is. We know he is.
Right.
But as far as it does feel like a little gotcha. Like he's kind of setting himself up to be like, well, you were in a slave society. That's your problem. That's your limitation. And it's like, well, maybe. But yeah, I get that.
All right. Subsection 4, the simple form of value considered as a whole. A commodity's simple form of value is contained in its value relation with another commodity of a different kind, i.e., in its exchange relation with the latter. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the direct exchangeability of commodity B with commodity A. It is quantitatively expressed by the exchangeability of a specific quantity of commodity B with a given quantity of A. In other words, the value of a commodity is independently expressed through its presentation as exchange value. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm. It serves rather as an abbreviation.
Is he just saying that there's the reason that it's wrong to say the commodity is made up of use value and exchange value is that the exchange value is downstream from value itself, which is this thing that is not a property of the commodity. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's not an intrinsic property. It's something that comes out of the relations. So to say that this is wrong when you should say this serves as or acts as or functions as, because that's what it's doing. It's functioning in that way. But also in this global system that's inescapable, things are what they are. Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value, as opposed to value and its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value. This second view is the delusion both of the mercantilists and people like Ferrier, Ganil, etc., who have made a modern rehash of mercantilism, and their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade, such as Bastiat and his associates. The mercantilists place their main emphasis on the qualitative side of the expression of value, hence on the equivalent form of the commodity, which in its finished form is money. The modern peddlers of free trade, on the other hand, who must get rid of their commodities at any price, stress the quantitative side of the relative form of value. For them, accordingly, there exists neither value nor magnitude of value anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation, that is, in the daily list of prices current on the stock exchange. The Scotsman MacLeod, whose function it is to trick out the confused ideas of Lombard Street in the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened peddlers of free trade. A close scrutiny of the expression of the value of commodity A contained in the value relation of A to B has shown that within the relation, the natural form of commodity A figures only as the aspect of use value, while the natural form of B figures only as the form of value or aspect of value. The internal opposition between use value and value, hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e. by a relation between two commodities such that the one commodity, whose own value is supposed to be expressed, counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity, in which that value is to be expressed, counts directly only as an exchange value. Hence, the simple form of value of a commodity is the simple form of appearance of the opposition between use value and value, which is contained within the commodity. Hence, the simple form of value of a commodity is the simple form of appearance of the opposition between use value and value which is contained within the commodity.
It's confusing because he's saying hence, yeah, so he's saying the simple form of value of a commodity. What is that outside of its exchange value? That's what I don't understand. The simple form of value of a commodity is the simple form of appearance of the opposition between use value and value, which is contained within the commodity. What is so the internal opposition between use value and value hidden within the commodity is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition by a relation between two commodities such that the one commodity whose own value is supposed to be expressed counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity. So basically, yeah, the internal contradiction for commodity A is between use and exchange. But when it comes into relation with another commodity, now you're really thinking in terms of, he says, use on the one side, exchange on the other side, between these two commodities. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. Use value and exchange value hidden within the commodity is therefore represented by an external opposition by a relation between two commodities, such that one commodity whose own value is supposed to be expressed counts directly only as a use value. So things are the simple form or the simple expression erases any erases the commodity itself, and it only matters in that it's representing a given amount of money.
It's just hurting me, my brain, to try to sit here and be like, how am I going to write a note about this?
Whereas the other commodity in which that value is to be expressed counts directly only as exchange value.
I'm just going to write the commodity is internally divided between use and exchange, but once it is in relation to an equivalent, all that matters is value in this exchange sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
The product of labor is an object of utility in all states of society, but it is only a historically specific epoch of development which presents the labor expended in the production of a useful article as an objective property of that article, as its value. It is only then that the product of labor becomes transformed into a commodity. It therefore follows that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. We perceive straight away the insufficiency of the simple form of value. It is an embryonic form which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value of A from its use value, and therefore merely places A in an exchange relation with any particular single different kind of commodity, instead of representing A's qualitative equality with all other commodities and its quantitative proportionality to them. To the simple relative form of value of a commodity there corresponds the single equivalent form of another commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of value of the linen, the colt only possesses the form of equivalent, the form of direct exchangeability in relation to this one individual commodity, the linen. So again, it's just reiterating the, like, things are covered over, and like the only thing that comes to the surface is the fungibility, is the exchangeability and the interchangeability of things. So these emergent qualities of things are being posited as like intrinsic qualities, whereas the intrinsic qualities are just entirely covered over. Nevertheless, the simple form of value automatically passes over into a more complete form. Admittedly, this simple form only expresses the value of a commodity A in one commodity of another kind. But what this second commodity is, whether it is a coat, iron, corn, etc., is a matter of complete indifference. Therefore, different simple expressions of the value of one and the same commodity arise according to whether that commodity enters into a value relation with this second commodity or another kind of commodity. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of the different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is thus transformed into the indefinitely expandable series of different simple expressions of that value.
So what we just got through was subsection 4, which was all a part of A. And now, which was all a part of, so A was the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. Now we're moving into B, the total or expanded form of value. So just to go back to that again, the difference, simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. So like isolated would be like an individual commodity. Simple would just be like, yeah, we're just looking at a thing, or just the exchange between like linen and coat. I don't know what the accidental form of value meant. I don't know if I don't remember where we got into it being accidental or whatever. But that was all part of A. And now we're getting into B, which is the total or expanded form of value. So not limited, but like it's big boy time. And we have that A as section header 2. So I'll make this section header 2 as well.
All right. The total or expanded form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B, or V commodity C, or W commodity D, or X commodity E, or etc. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, or 40 pounds of coffee, or 1 quarter of corn, or 2 ounces of gold, or half a ton of iron, or, and on and on and on. Subsection 1. The expanded relative form of value. I'm going to just put there like infinite regress for a little note. If I can find my cursor, there I go. Subsection 1. The expanded relative form of value. The value of a commodity, the linen, for example, is now expressed in terms of innumerable other members of the world of commodities. Every other physical commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. It is thus that this value first shows itself as being in reality a congealed quantity of undifferentiated human labor. For the labor which creates it is now explicitly presented as labor which counts as the equal of every other sort of human labor, whatever natural form it may possess. Hence, whether it is objectified in a coat, in corn, in iron, or in gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of value, no longer stands in a social relation with merely one other kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities as well. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the endless series of expressions of its value implies that, from the point of view of the value of the commodity, the particular form of use value in which it appears is a matter of indifference. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. It might well be a purely accidental occurrence that these two commodities are exchangeable in a specific quantitative relation. In the second form, on the contrary, the background to this accidental appearance, essentially different from it and determining it, immediately shines through. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in innumerable different commodities, belonging to as many different owners. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values, but rather the reverse. The magnitude of the value of commodities which regulates the proportion in which they exchange.
A good example of this accidental. So now we know what the accidental relation is all about. It's just like, oh, it's the actual particularity of this person and that person. Because now that we're at this more all-encompassing level of the market, where the commodity is in relation to all other commodities, it's more like when you're on Amazon and it's just, you're just looking at the prices and you're just looking at the ratings. You're not like, there is no this seller is working with that seller or that buyer. Like there's no particular relationships here. This is just, this is just the market, It washes away those accidental relations.
Subsection 2, the particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as coat, tea, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen as an equivalent, hence as a physical object possessing value. The specific natural form of each of these commodities is now a particular equivalent form alongside many others. In the same way, the many specific, concrete, and useful kinds of labor contained in the physical commodities now count as the same number of particular forms of realization or manifestation of human labor in general. So that's saying all this concrete labor is always objectified into just abstract labor. Material relations between people become material relations between things, blah, blah, blah. Subsection 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. Firstly, the relative expression of value of the commodity is incomplete because the series of its representations never comes to an end. The chain, of which each equation of value is a link, is liable at any moment to be lengthened by a newly created commodity, which will provide the material for a fresh expression of value. Secondly, it is a mostly mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. Oh shit, what did I say? Motley? It is a motley mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity is expressed in this expanded form, it follows that the relative form of value of each commodity is an endless series of expressions of value which are all different from the relative form of value of every other commodity. The defects of the expanded relative form of value are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the natural form of each particular kind of commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst innumerable other equivalent forms, the only equivalent forms which exist are limited ones, and each of them excludes all the others. Similarly, the specific, concrete, useful kind of labor contained in each particular commodity equivalent is only a particular kind of labor, and therefore not an exhaustive form of appearance of human labor in general. It is true that the completed or total form of appearance of human labor is constituted by the totality of its particular forms of appearance, but in that case it has no single unified form of appearance. The expanded relative form of value is, however, nothing but the sum of the simple relative expressions or equations of the first form, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 10 pounds of tea, etc. However, each of these equations implies the identical equation in reverse. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities, and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the other owners of commodities exchange them for the linen, and therefore express the values of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If, then, we reverse the series 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or 10 pounds of tea, etc., i.e., if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, we get subsection C, the general form of value, in which 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 2 ounces of gold, 1 ton of iron, and X commodity A, etc., all equal 20 yards of linen.
Which is his stand-in for $100 or whatever. The point is that it becomes this third commodity, right? Like this, yeah. This is working towards laying out the rationalization for the role money plays.
Right.
But okay, really quick. So what I wrote for page 156 was every time there are changes in the commodities that there are, or how they are, or how many there are, it changes the value relations. This goes on and on. That's a problem. And then I was going to write, but the buck eventually stops at the mysterious third commodity.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would be all rhizomatic and crazy and no one would ever know what anything's worth, and who knows what people would do.
Right. Okay. The general form of value, subsection 1. The commodities now present their values to us, 1, in a simple form, because in a single commodity, 2, in a unified form, because in the same commodity each time. Their form of value is simple and common to all, hence general. The two previous forms, let us call them A and B, only amounted to the expression of the value of a commodity as something distinct from its own use value or its physical shape as a commodity. The first form, A, produced equations like this. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals half a ton of iron. The value of the coat is expressed as comparable with linen. That of the tea is comparable with iron. But to be comparable with linen and with iron, these expressions of the value of coat and tea is to be as different as linen is from iron. This form, it is plain, appears in practice only in the early stages, when the products of labor are converted into commodities by accidental, occasional exchanges. The second form, B, distinguishes the value of a commodity from its own use value more adequately than the first, for the value of the coat now stands in contrast with its natural form in all possible shapes, in the sense that it is equated with linen, iron, tea, in short, with everything but itself. On the other hand, any expression of value common to all commodities is directly excluded, for in the expression of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only in the form of equivalents. The expanded form of value comes into actual existence for the first time when a particular product of labor, such as cattle, is no longer exceptionally but habitually exchanged for various other commodities.
Was this a summary of parts A and parts B?
Yeah. So the total or expanded form of value is when, I don't know, in an agrarian society, wheat starts to serve as a medium of exchange. And A is in, I don't know, a tribal society when people just happen to find reason to use things to exchange for other things. Like, hey, you climbed a tree and got nuts. Hey, I killed a rabbit and got meat. I'll trade you some meat for some nuts.
You said tribal society A, where this thing is exchanged for that thing. Agrarian society B, where, how did you put that?
Where wheat would become the medium of exchange because it's just
right. And that would make more sense than linen. Let's be honest. But, you know, he's in England, so.
Yeah. They had all that cotton from the triangle slave trade to work with.
Fuck.
All right. The new form we have just obtained expresses the values of the world of commodities through one single kind of commodity set apart from the rest. Through the linen, for example, and thus represents the values of all commodities by means of their equality with linen. Through its equation with linen, the value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values, and is, by that very fact, expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. The two earlier forms express the value of each commodity either in terms of a single commodity of a different kind, or in a series of many commodities which differ from the first one. In both cases, it is the private task, so to speak, of the individual commodity to give itself a form of value, and it accomplishes this task without the aid of the others, which play towards it the merely passive role of equivalent. The general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if at the same time all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations. Consequently, the form of their value must possess social validity.
I can definitely see where someone would argue that the way he's talking about this does open it up to say, sure, yeah, exchange value is the problem, but real value is labor value, right? Like,
for sure.
Yeah. That there's like this way, there is this wiggle room here, I think. And I expect that that's what Michael Roberts and Mosley and Cockshot and all these other guys arguing with the likes of Heinrich are ultimately going to try. I'm assuming that's what their route is going to be, you know. And so I don't know. I think that at this point, I'm more interested in trying to maintain these different readings at the same time as we go through. Because when I go back to them to see how they all argue with each other, I will have already been paying attention, seeing if I can preempt how they will argue. And then I'll probably be surprised in some ways, and I'll be confirmed in other ways. And then I'll be able to come back and reevaluate. And that's ultimately the goal here. Oh no, are you going to chew while talking? Oh, yeah, Nance. Man. Oh, Nance.
I can't help it. For the love of God, I can't help it.
Do you think we should block that person from the channel for complaining?
I mean, he's cyberbullying me, dude. Don't cyberbully people. Not cool.
Context. Somebody was like, why are you chewing while... Don't chew while talking. Nance would never be able to talk if he stopped doing that. Also, that is like the most anti-working class thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry. I'm used to working with dudes who have cigarettes hanging out of their mouths, smokes going up into their eyeballs while they fucking put, drywall onto the ceiling in the house that you're going to go live in, and you'll never even think about it, but it's true. Workers tend to have tobacco in their lips or whatever.
I used to work for Sunoco Race Fuels, which is just a company that delivers high octane racing fuel to racetracks and shit. And I would drive the truck and smoke cigarettes and then go to deliver the fuel, and you're pumping gas into the tanks they have on site and smoking cigarettes the whole time. It was totally normal. I did it as a delivery guy, the people that were there receiving it. Like we all just smoked cigarettes all the time and we didn't think about it. Smoking just like gas fumes all over the place. Like, get with it. We're all trying to kill ourselves. That's what this is. We don't have the balls to do it quickly.
So we're just doing it slowly. Are we at a commodity only acquires a general expression? Is that where we're at?
No.
The next paragraph.
In this form, when they are all counted as comparable with the linen, all commodities appear not only as qualitatively equal as values in general, but also as values of quantitatively comparable magnitude. Because the magnitudes of their values are expressed in one and the same material, the linen, these magnitudes are now reflected in each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equals 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, 1 pound of coffee contains only a quarter as much of the substance of value, that is labor, of 1 pound of tea. The general relative form of value imposes the character of universal equivalent on the linen, which is the commodity excluded as equivalent from the whole world of commodities. Its own natural form is the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. The physical form of the linen counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of all human labor. Weaving, the private labor which produces linen, acquires as a result the general social form, the form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate the labor realized in the linen with the labor contained in every other commodity in turn, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor power. The general value form, in which all the products of labor are presented as mere congealed quantities of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social expression of the world of commodities. In this way, it is made plain that within this world, the general human character of labor forms its specific social character.
I think that that's a really good quote. I took the first half of it and then I took the second half of it. And then I was like, well, actually, sorry. That would be the whole thing, wouldn't it? The first half and the second half.
Yeah.
But I have this whole remainder. I don't understand where this remainder came from. But no, the general relative form of value imposes the character of universal equivalent on the linen, which is the commodity excluded as equivalent from the whole world of commodities. Its own natural form is the form assumed in common by the value. So that's the thing. It lost its individual exchange value in the sense of like being exchangeable with other things. It's now only in reference to money itself. Well,
yeah,
money
yeah,
has
it's like
the
a
form
weird
of value. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a weird tautology that like erases all things and posits itself. It's like a human centipede. But without a front or a back.
First of all, you shouldn't say that. Second of all, you should write a paper about it. I want you to actually lay that out. The exchange value of the commodity is now something that can only be in relation to value as such, not to other commodities, but to the universal equivalent.
Mm-hmm. This abstract general.
Law of value. Is that the law of value, though? I don't know what the law of value is. All right. It's just a big question mark for me going into this text. Its own natural form is the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It is therefore directly exchangeable with all other commodities. The physical form of the linen counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of all human labor.
I've always and it doesn't mean anything. Like, it is ultimately meaningless. But like, one thing that I always thought was fun to think about was like, back when they had mediums of exchange that were also like wheat, for example, or cattle or whatever, like, was the value related to the labor time tied up in those commodities? Or was it still this kind of like abstract lowest common denominator type thing? I always found it weird that Marx asserted that it was tied like to the labor of the weaver, when linen is the medium of exchange, the weaver's labor becomes the standard. I always thought it was just kind of weird because I don't think it would have been. I don't know. But it doesn't really mean anything because it's just historicizing. But
it does seem like it would be, because otherwise it would be too chaotic. It has to be plausible for everybody involved, right? Like, in order for it to function, everyone has to be like, oh, that makes sense. So it couldn't be something where it's like so debatable about how much time actually goes into it. It has to be something where it's like, oh yeah, we've pretty much got that down to a science and this is what it is, right? Like, it would have to be something. Yeah. And then you could see why it would also then, for these more like MMT minded or, David Graeber's Debt type books, like, it's like, this is why there's the force of the military apparatus behind, the king, and the king's law is like ultimately what's backing it. So it just says, this is the value of this. Now everything's in relation to this,
Yeah. And I've always thought that just like the law, like it being a fiat, always made more sense to me, because it, like, if you have slaves, you don't give a shit how long it really takes them. You're just like, oh, I have 10 cows. My slaves take care of them. I decide that these 10 cows are worth one daughter. Like it's already weird and abstract. So it was already kind of weird in fiat, but also I don't think it matters. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Weaving, the private labor which produces linen, acquires as a result a general social form, the form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate the labor realized in the linen with the labor contained in every other commodity in turn, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor. Okay, yeah. In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor. power. Yeah, and you can see also how that would become a problem when the means of production are in flux, constantly, rapidly changing. It's like it becomes really hard to know if, like, well, what is the actual socially necessary labor value of making X, Y, or Z thing? Because now there's so many different agencies involved. Stuff's all in
What if
flux.
you have a drought? What if you have a boom, like you have a boom year? Like,
well, what if technological development is rapidly increasing so much that, like, you can never trust anyone saying what the socially necessary labor time of a thing is, because you're like, well, what if they've refined the process? They probably have, so they're probably lying. Right? Like, it's not like there's just weaving like on for a handicraft way to a factory way, and this is level 1, level 2. There's all other kinds of ways that these processes get made more efficient. It's like, oh, these people use this kind of string and that changes it, and and oh, there's this other technique that these ladies are using and we've adopted that, and like, yeah. Did you read down? Did you get this last paragraph? Oh, you did. Okay, so now we're on to part 2.
The general value form. Yeah, we're at 2.
All right.
Subsection 2, the development of the relative and equivalent forms of value, their interdependence. The degree of development of the relative form of value and that of the equivalent form correspond. But we must bear in mind that the development of the equivalent form is only the expression and the result of the development of the relative form. The simple or isolated relative form of value, one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, that expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, imprints those other commodities with the form of particular equivalents of different kinds. Finally, a particular kind of commodity acquires the form of universal equivalent because all other commodities make it the material embodiment of their uniform and universal form of value. But the antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the value form, also develops concomitantly with the development of the value form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism without as yet fixing it. According to whether we read the same equation forward or backwards, each of the two commodity poles, such as the linen and the coat, is to be found in the relative form on one occasion, and in the equivalent form on the other occasion. Here it is still difficult to keep hold of the polar antagonism. In Form B, only one commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and it only possesses this expanded relative form of value because, and insofar as, all other commodities are with respect to it, equivalents. Here we can no longer reverse the equation, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, without altering its whole character, and converting it from the expanded form into the general form of value. Finally, the last form, C, gives to the world of commodities a general social relative form of value because, and insofar as, all commodities except one are thereby excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, therefore has the form of direct exchangeability with all other commodities. In other words, it has a directly social form because, and insofar as, no other commodity is in this situation. Yeah. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is, on the other hand, excluded from the uniform and therefore universal relative form of value. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were at the same time to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent, we should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen, a tautology in which neither the value nor its magnitude is expressed. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. The equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities. Its value is, rather, expressed relatively in the infinite series of all other physical commodities. Thus, the expanded relative form of value, or form B, now appears as the specific relative form of value of the equivalent commodity. So that's in this human centipede. The thing itself is reverting to the expanded form, like it's coming from the general form, going back to the expanded form. When that just doesn't work, that can't work.
So that would be more like the general form reverts back into the expanded form, but this doesn't work. So what's making it revert back is the tautology, like
is the tautology, yeah. Yeah, 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is a senseless, meaningless assertion.
I mean, but isn't it just as senseless to say $2 is $2?
Well, that's the thing. That's what money covers up. That's what we forget when we ontologize value, is we forget that it's already incoherent. It's already meaningless. Which it is. And so we crafted this mysterious third thing, this specter, this fetish, all these fancy words to just say it is bullshit.
Okay. I'll take it here. If you want to start the next part. I've just been copying the headers and pasting them. Like, that's a lot easier because it's like, well, we're not going to summarize the headers. That would be too much. So let's see. You got it there? Yeah. And then that would get us section header number 3. The transition, so this is 3, the transition from the general form of value to the money form. Oh God, I'm so done with the 20 yards of linen. Can we get to money now? The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can therefore be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, a commodity is only to be found in the universal equivalent form C if, and insofar as, it is excluded from the ranks of all other commodities as being their equivalent. Only when this exclusion becomes finally restricted to a specific kind of commodity does a uniform relative form of value of the world of commodities attain objective fixedness and general social validity. So basically, we need something that is not a normal commodity. We need something that can kind of be set aside up on its own level. The specific kind of commodity with whose natural form the equivalent form is socially interwoven now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. Yeah, because before linen was serving as money. It becomes its specific social function and consequently its social monopoly to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities. Among the commodities which in form B figure as particular equivalents of the linen, and in form C express in common their relative values in linen, there is one in particular which has historically conquered this advantageous position: gold. If then in form C we replace the linen by gold, we get D, the money form. I love when a whole section ends in a colon for the next header. Like he's done it twice so far. It's awesome. Okay, 1 second. So section D, the money form. It's a whole bundle of shit equals 2 ounces of gold. And in the bundle of shit, he's got 20 yards of linen, 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 1 PlayStation 5, and X commodity A. All of that equals 2 ounces of gold. Fundamental changes have taken place in the course of the transition from Form A to Form B and from Form B to Form C. As against this, Form D differs not at all from Form C, except that now instead of linen, gold has assumed the universal equivalent form. Gold is in Form D what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The advance consists only in that the form of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, the universal equivalent form, has now by social custom finally become entwined with the specific natural form of the commodity gold. Gold confronts the other commodities as money only because it previously confronted them as a commodity. Like all other commodities, it also functioned as an equivalent, either as a single equivalent in isolated exchanges or as a particular equivalent alongside other commodity equivalents. Gradually, it began to serve as universal equivalent in narrower or wider fields. As soon as it had won a monopoly of this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it became the money commodity, and only then, when it had already become the money commodity, did Form D become distinct from Form C, and the general form of value come to be transformed into the money form. Okay. So when we were on the general form, I thought that was the money form because it is functioning the exact same way. But he's saying, no, I mean, yes, but no, it actually has to like be money. There's just a lot of you can have all kinds of commodities step in and play the role for a while, but something happens, some stabilizing function occurs when something is deliberately set aside and everyone's like, nope, that's it. That's what this is now.
Yeah. And there's like, I think it's, I don't know, like an ideological function, because you're taking a commodity when linen is the general form, like linen still has use, like it still does have some intrinsic value. But when you have money, like money is this useless thing that is only an expression of value. Like it has no other use. Now, back when it was actual physical gold, obviously gold does have use. I mean, now it has use in medical applications and electronics,
but not back then. Back then, it was like then, you could have a gold chalice, but even then, like the only reason that they were making the chalice out of gold ostensibly was because gold was this representative of value in its general form. And then someone could say, well, no, it's actually like that you can purify it and all of this other. So it's like, yeah, you can purify it in a way that you can't other metals. And it's also got like this, it's slightly more malleable than a lot of other metals at that quality. Yeah. It's a special nice metal.
Qualities. It has nice qualities. It's shiny. Yeah. It's nice. We like it.
I don't even know what gold looks like. I don't even know what gold looks like. I've been working my whole life. I've never held gold in my hands. I don't think I've ever held a golden anything my whole life. I've seen it in movies, and I don't think it was real in the movies I saw it in. So, I mean, the most gold I've ever seen, but it wasn't real, was like when Mowgli's like in like some temple, you know? Outside of that, man, I've not seen gold. So
I have never had gold, but I've had silver. Like I won an essay contest in second grade and got like a dope ass letter, and I got like little pieces of silver, and it was like pure silver, and I thought it was the coolest fucking thing in the world, dude.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, but I've held like cheap, shitty gold jewelry, but I don't think that counts because it's like gold plated nickel or some shit.
Dear potential patrons, please send gold.
Just a nugget.
Yeah.
A big nugget.
I mean, I'll take like, PayPal donations, but also you could just send me bars of gold. I would like to hold them, see what that's like. My dad had a whole pallet of gold bars fall on his foot, but he had a steel-toed boot on and it saved his foot. He was working at an airport and there was an actual pallet of gold bars. Yeah. Yeah, they were moving them out of the World Trade Center, actually. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So gradually gold began to serve as universal equivalent in narrower or wider fields. As soon as it had won a monopoly of this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it became the money commodity. And only then, when it had already become the money commodity, did form D become distinct from form C and the general form of value come to be transformed into the money form. The simple expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in a commodity which is already functioning as the money commodity, such as gold, is the price form. The price form of the linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or if 2 ounces of gold when coined are 2 pounds, 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds. I'm sorry, but if they want to call their money after something that is the signifier for a weight, they can't be calling ounces pounds. Just call them ounce. The only difficulty in the concept of the money form is that of grasping the universal equivalent form, and hence the general form of value as such, form C. Form C can be reduced by working backwards to form B, the expanded form of value, and its constitutive element is form A, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. Section 4. The fetishism of the commodity and its secret. A commodity appears at, and this is where we get into it transcends sensuousness and all that Heinrich was talking about.
Yeah, man.
It's in this paragraph right here. I see it right there. I think I went to this page. Yeah, I went to these 3 pages probably 4 times while we were in Michael Heinrich's book here. And so I kept going and marking up spots he was talking about. And that's why I've got all these marks around these next 3 pages. So
that's sick.
Drum roll. So this is section 4, the fetishism of the commodity and its secret. A commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious trivial thing, but its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a use value, there is nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it satisfies human needs, or that it first takes on these properties as the product of human labor. It is absolutely clear that by his activity man changes the forms of the materials of nature in such a way as to make them useful to him. The form of wood, for instance, is altered if a table is made out of it. Nevertheless, the table continues to be wood, an ordinary sensuous thing. But as soon as it emerges as a commodity, it changes into a thing which transcends sensuousness. which means that it's like, yeah, the commodity, there's something beyond what can be phenomenologically ascertained, right? At the point that it becomes a commodity. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas. Far more wonderful than if it were to begin dancing of its own free will. Okay, so what do we have for that so far? So I think just for that page, we want to say that the commodity is a sneaky bitch. You got to write that down. Because it seems simple, but it's not. It's not just the properties. It's not the material properties that compose it. Because once it's a commodity, that's where we got to quote. It transcends sensuousness. Yeah, it is not the material which composes it. It transcends sensuousness as soon as it becomes a commodity. Dude, I'm going to get you Mavis Beacon 10. You're going to fucking learn how to type. That's going to be the real thing.
It's because I got a fucked up angle, man. Like when I don't have my microphone here, I bang away. But with my mic, I have to like sit sideways.
Okay.
So my shit's like this instead of this.
Nobody else knows what I'm talking about, but I'm watching him type and it's like, it's arduous. That's why he wants the neural chip. He just wants to type by thinking at it. Okay. Well, while you get that done, I'm going to take the next section here and copy it and paste the header. Boom. Oh, and also I had to get the page number in there. All right.
It's 163, dude.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I got you.
Wait, for real? But you're right. Yeah, you get it. You get it. So anyway, it evolves out of its wooden brain, grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than if it were to begin dancing of its own free will. The mystical character of the commodity does not therefore arise from its use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determinants of value. For in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labor or productive activities, it is a physiological fact that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or its form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. Secondly, with regard to the foundation of the quantitative determination of value, namely the duration of the expenditure or the quantity of labor, this is quite palpably different from its quality. In all situations, the labor time it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily concern mankind, although not to the same degree at different stages of development. And he puts a footnote there, and it's just obvious that like at different stages of development, the means of subsistence are going to cost something different because we have different standards of living. And finally, as soon as men start to work for each other in any way, their labor also assumes a social form. Whence then arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor as soon as it assumes the form of a commodity. Clearly, it arises from this form itself. the equality of the kinds of human labor, the equality of the kinds of human labor, what the fuck? The equality of the kinds of human labor takes on a physical form in the equal objectivity of the products of labor as values. Oh, okay. Oh, I was so confused about what he's saying. But yeah, the equality of the kinds of human labor. This means the comparison of one form of labor with another form of labor. That takes on this other relation between commodities. The measure of the expenditure of human labor power by its duration takes on the form of the magnitude of the value of the products of labor. And finally, the relationships between the producers within which the social characteristics of their labors are manifested take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists, therefore, simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence, it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. Through this substitution, the products of labor become commodities, sensuous things, which are at the same time suprasensible or social. In the same way, the impression made by a thing on the optic nerve is perceived not as a subjective excitation of that nerve, but as the objective form of a thing outside the eye. In the act of seeing, of course, light is really transmitted from one thing, the external object, to another thing, the eye. It is a physical relation between physical things. As against this, the commodity form and the value relation of the products of labor within which it appears have absolutely no connection with the physical nature of the commodity and the material relations arising out of this. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves, which assumes here for them the fantastic form of a relation between things. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves, which assumes here the form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. There, the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. I call this the fetishism, which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. As the foregoing analysis has already demonstrated, this fetishism of the world of commodities arises from the peculiar social character of the labor which produces them. Objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor, the specific social characteristics of their private labors appears only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products and through their mediation between the producers. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appears as what they are, as in they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. That's the quote. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire a socially uniform objectivity as values, which is distinct from their sensuously varied objectivity as articles of utility. This division of the product of labor into a useful thing and a thing possessing value appears in practice only when exchange has already acquired a sufficient extension and importance to allow useful things to be produced for the purpose of being exchanged, so that their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during production. Yeah, the headphones I'm wearing are useful, but they were not made for that. They were made for value. From this moment on, the labor of the individual producer acquires a twofold social character. And by the way, that's just a good example of why changing the ownership of the means of production is not a sufficient condition, right? Because these headphones and your shirt and this house, all of it, all of this stuff that is ostensibly useful, and it is useful to a certain degree, has been, it's of course it serves a need, but also more importantly, it was produced for value, and that entered into the production process. The whole rationalization of the system of production is itself serving the value form, and so to decommodify labor and centralize ownership of the means of production into a representative grouping, whether it's very concentrated or dispersed, doesn't change the fact that there is still this idea of equivalency that is functioning, and that ultimately the processes that were developed towards that end. So the question is, could they be re-rationalized towards a useful end, or towards just whatever, towards needs, towards time energy maximization?
Yeah, which is why when you have state capitalism or wartime communism, no one is actually freed up. It is just a different rationale driving the machine of ultimately exchange.
Yeah, and that's what this book is good for: time, labor, and social domination. Yeah, because that's really what he's arguing. But of course, Gores argues it in his own way as well. So does Maddock. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social need and thus maintain its position as an element of the total labor, as a branch of the social division of labor, which originally sprang up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold needs of the individual producer himself only insofar as every particular kind of useful private labor can be exchanged with, as in counts as the equal of, every other kind of useful private labor. Equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality. If we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power in the abstract. The private producer's brain reflects this twofold social character of his labor only in the forms which appear in practical intercourse in the exchange of products. Hence, the socially useful character of his private labor is reflected in the form that the product of labor has to be useful to others, and the social character of the equality of the various kinds of labor is reflected in the form of the common character as values possessed by these materially different things, the products of labor. Men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. Value, therefore, does not have its description branded on its forehead. It rather transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, men tried to decipher the hieroglyphic, to get behind the secret of their own social product. For the characteristic which objects of utility have of being values is as much men's social product as is their language. The belated scientific discovery that the products of labor, insofar as they are values, are merely the material expressions of the human labor expended to produce them, marks an epoch in the history of mankind's development, but by no means banishes the semblance of objectivity possessed by the social characteristics of labor. Something which is only valid for this particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact, love you! Poor Anne has to go work 10 hours. Jeez. Something which is only valid for this particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact that the specific social character of private labors carried on independently of each other consists in their equality as human labor, and in the product assumes the form of the existence of value, appears to those caught up in the relations of commodity production, and this is true both before and after the above-mentioned scientific discovery, to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. What initially concerns producers in practice when they make an exchange is how much of some other product they get for their own. In what proportions can the products be exchanged? As soon as these proportions have attained a certain customary stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear to be equal in value, in the same way as a pound of gold and a pound of iron are equal in weight, despite their different physical and chemical properties. The value character of the products of labor becomes firmly established only when they act as magnitudes of value. These magnitudes vary continually, independently of the will, foreknowledge and actions of the exchangers. Is foreknowledge a word? Or is that a typo?
Yeah, it's where are we at?
Bottom
167.
167, yeah. So third to the
foreknowledge. These magnitudes vary continually, independently of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the exchangers.
Oh, independently of the foreknowledge and actions of the exchangers. Okay, thank you. I don't know why I was reading it as foreknowledge.
Foreknowledge? Oh, okay. That's okay.
That's how I was reading. Their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things. And these things, far from being under their control, in fact, control them. The production of commodities must be fully developed before the scientific conviction emerges from experience itself that all the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other, and yet as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor, are in a situation of all-around dependence on each other, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. The reason for this reduction is that in the midst of the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary to produce them asserts itself as a regulative law of nature. In the same way, the law of gravity asserts itself when a person's house collapses on top of him. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret hidden under the apparent movements in the relative values of commodities. So he doesn't say that it's apparently a secret hidden. He says that it is a secret. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor
Is there-
time is therefore a secret hidden under, and then it says the apparent movements, which is just like
Yeah,
the
like it's-
visible.
Yeah, like it is a secret hidden, the determination of the magnitude of value by labor time. That is the process that's going on, that's flattening everything out, that's making everything universally exchangeable.
Okay.
That's
what
yeah. The
It's just-
entire process is the secret.
Okay. Its discovery destroys the semblance of the merely accidental determination of the magnitude of the value of the products of labor, but by no means abolishes the determination's material form. Reflection on the forms of human life, hence also scientific analysis of those forms, takes a course directly opposite to their real development. Reflection begins post festum, which means after the feast, and therefore with the results of the process of development ready to hand. The forms which stamp products as commodities, and which are therefore the preliminary requirements for the circulation of commodities, already possesses the fixed quality of natural forms of social life before man seeks to give an account, not of their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but of their content and meaning. Consequently, it was solely the analysis of the prices of commodities which led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and solely the common expression of all commodities in money which led to the establishment of their character as values. It is, however, precisely this finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual workers, by making those relations appear as relations between material objects, instead of revealing them plainly. If I state that coats or boots stand in a relation to linen because the latter is the universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of the statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots bring these commodities into relation with linen, or with gold or silver, and this makes no difference here, as the universal equivalent, the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society appears to them in exactly this absurd form. The categories of bourgeois economics consist precisely of forms of this kind. They are forms of thought which are socially valid and therefore objective, for the relations of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, as in commodity production, or that is, commodity production. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes therefore as soon as we come to other forms of production. As political economists are fond of Robinson Crusoe stories, let us first look at Robinson on his island. Undemanding though he is by nature, he still has needs to satisfy, and must therefore perform useful labors of various kinds. He must make tools, knock together furniture, tame llamas, fish, hunt, and so on. Of his prayers and the like we take no account here, since our friend takes pleasure in them and sees them as recreation. Despite the diversity of his productive functions, he knows that they are only different forms of activity and one and the same Robinson, hence only different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to divide his time with precision between his different functions. Whether one function occupies a greater space in his total activity than another depends on the magnitude of the difficulties to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. Our friend Robinson Crusoe learns this by experience, and having saved a watch, ledger, ink, and pen from the shipwreck, he soon begins, like a good Englishman, to keep a set of books. His stock book contains a catalog of the useful objects he possesses, of the various operations necessary for their production, and finally of the labor time the specific quantities of these products have on average cost him. All the relations between Robinson and these objects that form his self-created wealth are here so simple and transparent that even Mr. Sedley Taylor could understand them. And yet those relations contain all the essential determinants of value. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's Island, bathed in light, to medieval Europe, shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent: serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clerks. Personal dependence characterizes the social relations of material production as much as it does the other spheres of life based on that production. But precisely because relations of personal dependence form the given social foundation, there is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. The natural form of labor, its particularity, and not, as in a society based on commodity production, its universality, is here its immediate social form. The corvée can be measured, and as we found out before, the corvée is the tithe that you pay to the feudal lord as a serf. The corvée can be measured by time just as well as the labor which produces commodities, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a specific quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe owed to the priest is more clearly apparent than his blessing. Whatever we may think, then, of the different roles in which men confront each other in such a society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own personal relations, and are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. For an example of labor in so far, actually, yeah. What do we got so far? Anything? Let's go over the last. Let's go over some notes. I should be stopping and putting you on the spot, and then you'll take over and do the same to me.
Mm-hmm.
You added a lot to 166. The commodity form turns all particular and concrete things into abstract general forms. And then it says, they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. You wrote, we are flattened and made completely interchangeable with not only other people, all other people, but also with the products of our labor by this commodity object process of universal exchangeability. Objects and the qualities and properties they bear are also made irrelevant outside of their value as commodities for exchange. Commodities are produced for the purpose of exchange, not any actual use. Yeah, that's a good one. Equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor. This is a quote. Can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor in the abstract. Page 167, the commodity creates. Actually, you should read the note.
The commodity creates a tautological process of labor for labor's sake, but people pretend it's a necessary thing that assigns objective value to the very products of labor. Weight, color, size, shape, texture, and value in italics. That's what's getting snuck in when we reduce everything to value. Page 168, socially necessary labor becomes a natural law like gravity. Kind of a reiteration. The entire process of commoditization, valorization, circulation, production, blah, 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 is the secret hidden under the apparent movements and the relative values of commodities.
I like that. I like how you did that, where you pivoted from your own build-up to concluding it in the actual quote. That's good.
Page 169, actual utility does not matter to commodities. Robin Crusoe can do his own thing. But if he enters into a system of commodities and exchange, he must now cow himself to this mysterious process. Page 170, everyone is dependent upon and determined to a degree by the system of commodities and exchange.
And so then that's where we would add. So for this, add to 170, as opposed to in the medieval age, when everyone was dependent upon
the Lord or the filial law or whatever.
You could say everyone was in a chain of dependency. Everyone was in a chain of dependency.
With a definite ending point.
Or payments in kind. What was that quote? This is where I would straight up drop the quote. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, here we go. I'll just drop it in. They take the shape in the transactions of society of services in kind and payments in kind. Oh, no. There we go.
Yeah.
What?
All of the last few pages have been getting at like this ideology, this process of the commodity, which I guess sounds weird if you're not thinking in parallel, but like the process of the commodity is this entire system that covers up actual use values of things, covers up the qualities of the human labor that actually goes into the things, the objects that are being produced as commodities. It erases needs. It replaces actual necessity with what gets called social necessity, which, again, if you're not thinking in parallel, you might be thinking, oh, well, if it's necessary, it's necessary. But in this system that is the commodity or the process of the commodity, what is socially necessary? It's this tautological thing. And so it always goes back to like,
right, like
it is all
being able to start your car from inside of a building and get the heat coolers turned on before you enter the vehicle is not meeting any real need in any real sense. But it is what happens when Toyota and Dodge are both competing and they're both thinking, okay, so a person could show off. They could show this off. Oh, look at what my car can do. It's a 2024. Ooh.
There even is some use there. But like it's hot as fuck here. So when it's 120 degrees outside, I do like to start my car and get the AC rolling. If I'm outside. But also cars are unsafe, cars are unreliable. Cars are built to break down within a 5-year window. Like all this stuff, the commodity replaces utility with the process of the commodity itself. Because, it's 2024. Of course I'm going to buy a new car that has this function that lets me start the AC because I wouldn't be caught without a car. And I'm going to, instead of buying a cheap, TN or a cheap Nissan or like a cheap utility vehicle, I'm going to get a fancy vehicle because it scratches that itch. And it does get weird and it does get fucky because there is utility tied up in all these things. I mean, going back to the very beginning when Marx is talking about, it doesn't matter where these needs come from, if they're real material needs or if they're imaginary needs.
Oh yeah.
The commodities, like they still satisfy the need. It still scratches the itch.
Well, even a couple
which
of
is
pages
how ideology
ago,
functions.
Even a couple of pages ago, he had said that the social needs vary from point to point. What was that quote? Dang, did I not mark it? I must not have. I think it was footnote number 25. Let's see, where is that? Fucking forever ago. Jeez. Really?
Yeah. That's 23.
No, it wasn't 25. Whatever. He had just said it in some other way, is my point. See, it was on the left-hand page, I thought, but now I'm going way too far back, I think. So, yeah, I guess my point is that a society that was focused on the production of things that free up our time energy to be able to partake in autonomous and cooperative forms of labor via institutions that are convivial tools, right? Like that are made to be able to enhance our creative and intellectual and physical aptitudes and powers, would not prioritize the seat warmer or cooler function in every person's own car. And maybe there would be like 1 out of 100 people would have a car. And it would be souped out and badass. Maybe. But I think we could just couch that and say a lot of shit would go the way of the dodo, including shit like that. If people were like, oh, I could be multilingual and also be in a band and also be in theater and also travel the world or have seat warmers. And that's not like a degrowth point. That's like a just basic value priorities point.
Humanness, right? Like we have, I don't know, insane VR experiences that can, with just a little small, tiny suspension of disbelief, take you to outer space or take you back in history or take you into the far future or whatever. But we don't have a cure for cancer. Like if we got to make the decisions, if people got to make the actual decisions, based on humanness, society would be unrecognizably different from the way it is right now. I like people talk about the algorithms and stuff like that. And I guess that's like a sensational buzzword right now, even though it shouldn't be. I mean, the field goes back to the 1930s. It shouldn't be as sensational as it is right now, but the way the media operates and blah, blah, blah. But like talking about the algorithms now as if it's something new, like, no, this whole process has been an algorithm from the beginning. Which is kind of why I mean, when we start to talk about like, oh, things are different now and things are scary. And even when people talk about advertising, like, oh, these invasive personalized ads that are in your social media, like, yeah, the degree is what has changed. Like the nature of what's happening hasn't changed one bit. I
don't know, man. You've gone to that point a couple times, and I always go back to a changing quantity is a changing quality. To the point where
I'm unsure on where I come down on that, but I do take a stand on, like, the nature hasn't changed. The degree is what has changed, and the change in degree has made a fundamental something that we have to reckon with. But you're barking up the wrong tree if you're like, oh, because it's doing this now. No, it was doing that all along. Right. Like the other day, and this is kind of going on a tangent, but also kind of related to ideology, like talking about the internet as a new sense apparatus, and how you don't have control over it, but it is a new sense apparatus. Yeah. So was TV. So was radio. So was the alphabet. So was the spoken word. So are your eyeballs. Like, you don't have control over how your eyeballs operate. You don't have control over what they do to you. You don't have control over what's happening. All you have control over is where you point them.
Dude, you are a lemur sent back from the future, trying to make us not see these differences. They're different. Language is not the same as the printing press or the radio or television or internet, and all of them, though they are extensions of our sensory apparatus, are very different intensifications of that. Like, they're so different. Something is lost by calling them the same.
I'm not calling them the same, but I'm calling the process of augmentation the same. And I'm saying that we wouldn't see ourselves as human without these augmentations.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I'm reacting to my reaction because I want to be an alarmist and I want to do thorough. I'm afraid of technology. I'm scared of it all. And I'm like, no, stop it. It's terrifying. We already lost the war. I do this alarmism. And so in response to that, I have to tell myself, no, this is what has always happened. And I think I do believe that this is what has always happened.
You should lead with that part then. Because you're jumping over something that you are dealing with, but that has not been made explicit. And then it just seems like you're just coming out to, it's the same, guys. And it's like, it's more like you're coming out like after a decade of like freaking out and you're like, okay, guys, but actually, so it's like, it's different.
But no, but I think I do come down there that ultimately, no, this is what's always gone on. And we just need to put our big boy pants on and deal with it.
I do agree that we need to put our big boy pants on and deal with it.
I don't know. But again, like that we use, I don't know, we can use the written word. We can use the printing press for our benefit. We're currently doing it. Like we're currently reading books that have been mass produced. And we are self-determining. And it's not complete. It's not 100%. But for the most part, we're in the driver's seat with this technology of the printing press. Right. And yes, we've moved on to radio, to TV, to the internet. And we're not in the driver's seat of those things currently. Maybe radio. I don't think so. But it's like we can figure out how to get in the driver's seat. And this question of, are things produced for use, utility, or are things produced for exchange and value? Like, that's a huge part of it. We know that advertising is bad for us. We've known that all along. We read Bernays, where he's just coming, like he's like, yeah, I do fucked up shit and I'm cool and I'm smart and you should pay me to do fucked up shit. But we let it happen because it produces value for exchange.
Everybody, I've put up on the screen. Oh no, you've got to keep going.
Just if we were in control, and I mean we as in just people in general, we would say, no, that's bad for us. Let's not do that. So rather than having intense VR experiences, we would have better medical technology that was accessible to everybody, because I'm sure they do have super gnarly Star Trek medical technology for people in the power elite.
Dude, whatever the fuck they keep giving Biden
for sure,
to keep bringing him back to relative cognizance, you know.
Dude, sometimes he's on fire. Like sometimes he's like, "Hey, Jack,
yeah,
eat some ice cream, Jack," and then other times he's like falling asleep at the fucking. What are you doing?
So guys, I put up on the screen here the poster, and since there's people who aren't gonna look at the screen because they are working, I'll just tell you what it says. Begins March 2024. Critical media theory. Okay. The critical media theory cohort, the second cohort, is going to kick off in March. And this whole conversation about the medium, talking about the different kinds of media, talking about how it changes us, talking about being in this kind of tension between some kind of Ludditism and some kind of techno-optimism. The whole kit and caboodle. You want to have those conversations with us, that's where you go have those conversations with us. That's where we do this. That is the basis upon which we have those conversations. We're not interested in having those conversations with people who aren't trying to get that shared basis in the field and actually try to talk about the subject matter with us. So check it out. It's there. And you can look it up by going to theory-underground.com/courses/CMT-2. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that plug because we're talking CMT here, and there you have it. So just leave that up. I've had the whole time, Nance, you've not been able to see it because you don't see these things, but I've got on the OBS screen, it's the usual layout, but then I also have the like the image reel, and like on the image reel is like all the different upcoming courses, at least the ones that I have done the graphic design for so far. But all right, hold on one sec. All right, same day, different outfit. Let's keep going.
Yeah, man. Every good performer has unique costume changes or whatever.
Yeah, we also just had to kind of like work on rehearsing our scripts, you know, because this is all written for us by our handlers.
Yeah, we were just testing some tech failures just now that will pop up later.
Where did my copy of Volume 1 go? Whatever. I don't even care. I'm done with distractions. So let's just keep reading from the screen.
Let's do it.
For an example of labor in common, as in directly associated labor, we do not need to go back to the spontaneously developed form which we find at the threshold of the history of all civilized peoples. We have one nearer to hand in the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family which produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for its own use. These things confront the family as so many products of its collective labor, but they do not confront each other as commodities. The different kinds of labor which create these products, such as tilling the fields, tending the cattle, spinning, weaving, and making clothes, are already in their natural form social functions, for they are functions of the family, which, just as much as a society based on commodity production, possesses its own spontaneously developed division of labor. The distribution of labor within the family and the labor time expended by the individual members of the family are regulated by differences of sex and age, as well as by seasonal variations in the natural conditions of labor. Right? Like there's a time in the year when you don't work, for instance. The fact that the expenditure of the individual labor powers is measured by duration appears here, by its very nature, as a social characteristic of labor itself, because the individual labor powers, by their very nature, act only as instruments of the joint labor power of the family. Let us finally imagine for a change an association of free men working with the means of production held in common and expending their many different forms of labor power in a full self-awareness as one single social labor force. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are repeated here, but with the difference that they are social instead of individual. All Robinson's products were exclusively the result of his own personal labor, and they were therefore directly objects of utility for him personally. The total product of our imagined association is a social product. One part of this product serves a fresh means of production and remains social, but another part is consumed by the members of the association as means of subsistence. This part must therefore be divided amongst them. The way this division is made will vary with the particular kind of social organization of production and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. We shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Okay, so far, what do we have for page 171, Nance?
I just put oikos, nomos, natural rhythms and divisions of labor, utopian communes and shit. When he's talking about how labor when it serves utility, and that could be in Robinson Crusoe's case when he's doing it for himself, or directly associated labor, like if it were a family or a utopian commune or a kibbutz even or something like that. Like directly associated labor is like the utopian syndicalist vision.
And he's just saying that historically, labor is a social thing in this sense.
Yes. Yeah.
So, because I don't know what the oikos nomos shit is all about. Natural
It's just
rhythms.
people always talk about like, oh, economics comes from the division of labor. Like,
oh, the household. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I would just add to it. But you're inferring when you say utopian communes and shit, syndicates. Like what is the point that he's trying to make here?
That's directly associated labor is like that form, that social labor is, I don't know, like that's what I think of when I think of that, like, okay. But in a good way, like not in a bad way. Like that would actually be a good thing. Like, there's
I'm just saying that this doesn't help my future self read these notes. I'm talking like at a meta level.
That's actually, yeah. No, we need to be.
I would just add that part in. Well, I would just add that part in brackets is all. Like,
right.
I would just say Nance, : and then as far as for us though, yeah, I would just say Marx is talking about how Yeah, directly is
social.
Yeah.
Labor that serves utility for an individual / group or individuals.
I mean, I don't even know if there are individuals in this situation, right? Like,
well, because he's drawing from Robinson Crusoe, so I'll put individuals in quotes, because he's saying like this form of labor that Robinson Crusoe did can be realized in the forms of this directly associated labor that we might see in rural patriarchal families, blah, blah, blah.
Right, there you go. And I guess the Swiss Family Robinson wasn't around at the time, but that it would be cool if someone needs to write a piece about how if the Swiss Family Robinson books or movies had already been around when Marx was writing this, he probably would have juxtaposed Swiss Family Robinson to Robinson Crusoe, because the Swiss Family Robinson is a whole family that gets shipwrecked. And so it's like Robinson Crusoe, but a family instead of some solitary individual. And it's just like what he's saying. They all have to work together. They all have different kinds of tasks, but they're not their labor time in the year is not this abstract individualized thing. It is all in relation to the family's needs, from each according to their need, to each according from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, is basically how it was for the Swiss Family Robinson.
Yeah, or Lost in Space, which was basically Swiss Family Robinson in space.
Dude, that's right. I forgot about that one. Labor time would, in that case, we shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the correct proportion between the different functions of labor and the various needs of the associations. On the other hand, labor time also serves as a measure of the part taken by each individual in the common labor, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, are here transparent in their simplicity, in production as well as in distribution. For a society of commodity producers whose general social relation of production consists in the fact that they treat their products as commodities, hence as values, and in this material form bring their individual private labors into relation with each other as homogeneous human labor, Christianity, with its religious cult of man in the abstract, more particularly in its bourgeois development, that is Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. In the ancient Asiatic, classical, antique, and other such modes of production, the transformation of the product into a commodity, and therefore men's existence as producers of commodities, plays a subordinate role, which, however, increases in importance as these communities approach nearer and nearer to the stage of their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist only in the interstices of the ancient world, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia, or Jews in the pores of Polish society. Those ancient social organisms of production are much more simple and transparent than those of bourgeois society. But they are founded either on the immaturity of man as an individual, when he has not yet torn himself loose from the umbilical cord of his natural species connection with other men, or on direct relations of dominance and servitude. They are conditioned by a low stage of development of the productive powers of labor, and correspondingly limited relations between men within the process of creating and producing their material life, hence also limited relations between man and nature. These real limitations are reflected in the ancient worship of nature and in other elements of tribal religions. The religious reflections of the real world can, in any case, vanish only when the practical relations of everyday life between man and man and nature generally present themselves to him in a transparent and rational form. The veil is not removed from the countenance of the social life process, as in the process of material production, until it becomes production by freely associated men and stands under their conscious and planned control. This, however, requires that society possess a material foundation, or a series of material conditions of existence, which in their turn are the natural and spontaneous product of a long and tormented historical development. All right, so he's doing some historicizing shit here. He's basically saying that people, what we take for granted, which is commodity production and labor serving commodity production, is a recent thing. Outside of that, you have direct relations of domination. If it's not slavery, it's like indentured servitude or whatever. So people are making things in kind, but also like they're not really free to do so, or to do otherwise. Versus what? He kind of juxtaposes that to, he says, like, that's basically the situation unless people have ripped themselves free of this umbilical cord, so to speak. So now he's talking about lower and higher stages of development. What do you have here?
I put commodity production makes it difficult for individuals to see their true relationship to the world around them and their situation within the social. This is where ideology starts unfolding. This is, well, and it's not right here. It's been the last, I don't know, several pages.
You mean for Marx in terms of his, he is doing this sort of teleological, and actually, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add that to the notes. Kind of like, these pages are where Marx is doing his teleological evolutionist thing. You know, it's like, this is the basis for basically saying, all right, we're going to develop this country, and you know what, we might have to be somewhat brutal about it because it's about time we fucking grew the hell up. We've been immature, right? And so there's like the basis for a cruel evolutionist ideology, and ultimately imperialism. Of course, Marx would not like that, but also this is, remember, he thinks capitalism is the lesser evil than people spending all their time toiling out in fields, and that's everything, right? Like, capitalism is an advancement compared to that, but it's not just an advancement. He sees it as the advancement. That's the thing.
Well, and yeah, the necessary advancement. Because I mean, it is an advancement, and there is a directionality, and there's even a logic and a rationale that allows all that. But when he makes it necessary, and then he also does this moralizing in a weird way, maybe not moralizing, but like, no, this is this is progress.
Yeah.
It's like, well, like it's definitely like a logical outcome. So in a sense, like there's a progression, but I don't know, when like in a sense, he's absolutely right. Like commodity production does confuse the world. Mm-hmm. But talking about like ripping yourself and coming into higher stages and this and that, like it does get a bit muddy.
And he talked about the Jews and the pores of Polish society. It's kind of a... So he's basically just saying, like, when he was saying that trade existed at the interstices, which is to say, kind of like in the nooks and crannies, at the joints, but it wasn't like the general body of a nation wasn't made up of this kind of production or exchange. Exchange was marginalized, is what he's trying to say. Okay. Nowadays, we probably shouldn't say that Jews exist in the pores of anything. Okay, that's probably just not. It's not gonna fly. But he gets in trouble for some of the things he says sometimes. All right.
Yeah.
It's okay. He doesn't care. Let's see. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however, incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. Now, I think that this is a crucial quote to take.
Yeah, I was just going to take the whole quote.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, just drop that whole bitch in there. Yeah, so he's famously like sounding like Ricardo through his project, but of course what he's doing is critiquing Ricardo never, or, and Smith and Mill as well. They never asked the question about why it is that labor is made sense of in reference to this thing called value. And remember, we're separating useful utility, labor value. We're separating all of that from value, this bigger thing, which is something that only arises in exchange. At least that's the impression we are currently under until Fred Mosley and Paul Cockshott set us straight. For now, we're going to stay under this impression. Yeah. These formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man instead of the opposite, appear to the political economist's bourgeois consciousness to be as much a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity as productive labor itself. Hence, the pre-bourgeois forms of the social organization of production are treated by political economy in much the same way as the fathers of the church treated pre-Christian religions. What do you think that means?
That's, I don't know, because I don't know what do you mean by fathers of the church treat pre-Christian religions? Do you mean that they say it's barbaric, that it's inconsequential, that it's heretical, that it's evil. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know either. Now, there's giant footnotes. We're choosing to skip them? I don't know. Like, if we go back up to 33, footnote 33, let's just give it a quick little speed run here. And then if it seems, it's like, we'll have to check in on these sometimes. And then if over time they're proving not to be something that we need to really dive into, then we'll keep skipping them. But this one said the insufficiency of Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value, and his analysis is by far the best, will appear from the third and fourth books of this work. Actually, yeah, go and add to page 173 note, like another bullet point where it's just like Marx says in no uncertain terms, Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value is the best. Right? Like there are these little moments I want to pay attention to where he kind of gives credit where it's due. As regards value in general, classical political economy, in fact, nowhere distinguishes explicitly and with a clear awareness between labor as it appears in the value of a product and the same labor as it appears in the product's use value. Of course, the distinction is made in practice since labor is treated sometimes from its quantitative aspect and at other times qualitatively. But it does not occur to the economists that a purely quantitative distinction between the kinds of labor presupposes their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor. For instance, Ricardo declares that he agrees with de Tracy when the latter says, as it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our original treasure, and it is always from this enjoyment that all things are created which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all those things only represent the labor which has created them, and if they have a value, or even two distinct values, they can only derive them from that, the value of the labor from which they emanate. We would here only point out that Ricardo imposes his own more profound interpretation on the words of Destutt. Admittedly, Destutt does say that all things which constitute wealth represent the labor which has created them. But on the other hand, he also says that they acquire their two different values, use value and exchange value, from the value of labor. He thus falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economists who assume the value of one commodity, here labor, in order to turn to use it to determine the values of other commodities. But Ricardo reads him as if he had said that labor, not the value of labor, is represented both in use value and exchange. What is it, Nance?
Like, to me, this is Marx, like, very plainly saying, no, value is not simply created through labor.
That is what it seems like. And he just said vulgar economists. Like, this is like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, going back to one of the threads of, I guess, the meta conversation, like, Marx here is saying Ricardo is wrong for doing this labor reductionism. Yet people assign a labor reductionism to Marx, and it multiple times in this very first chapter, there have been moments where it seems to me that Marx is saying, no, value is not created solely in production. Value is this thing that emerges from the social relations and blah, blah, blah. I guess I don't know. I'm incredulous. Like, am I that stupid, or are just people not?
I tend to assume that I am just that stupid. And I sit here and I just feel gaslit because it's like, it does sound like he's saying something that should be very obvious. But then I feel like there's little nuances that I'm going to get, like, that I'm probably just missing here. So yeah. So he's saying that Distut, as well as Ricardo, because Ricardo agrees with Distut, falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economists who assume the value of one commodity, which is labor, in order in turn to use it to determine the values of other commodities. Okay. So just really quick, I think that there's probably a way to be like, yeah, but actually that's, they didn't have the concept of socially necessary labor time. They didn't have the concept of labor power. They only had the concept of labor itself. And so then there's some nuances right there that I imagine someone like a Mosley or a Cockshot could probably pull out. And maybe even like a Andrew Kleinman would pull that out. So I just, they would say, well, yeah, that's what, like, Marx is, he's not going that far beyond. He's not, like, Heinrich thinks that he's going so far beyond them that he has a monetary theory of value, where they would say, no, he's going so far beyond the vulgar economist that he adds some subtle nuances with labor power and socially necessary labor time, right? Like, he further theorizes abstract labor than these guys did. Maybe. I'll just keep reading it though. But Ricardo reads him as if he had said that labor, not the value of labor, is represented both in use value and exchange value. Nevertheless, Ricardo himself makes so little of the dual character of the labor represented in this twofold way that he is forced to spend the whole of his chapter, Value and Riches, their distinctive properties, on a laborious examination of the trivialities of a J.B. Say. And at the end, he is therefore quite astonished to find that while Distut agrees with him that labor is a source of value, he nevertheless also agrees with Say about the concept of value. Yeah. I'm just going to add a note here that says, and this will be like in brackets, Dave, this makes me want to read. Actually, yeah. Okay. So you just added footnote 33 there. So I'm going to go ahead and indent, because we are on the next page technically. This just makes me want to read Ricardo and see what it is that he does in this chapter. Like why is it so, like Marx makes it sound like he basically spends a whole chapter confused between the concept of value and labor power. And is in this obvious contradiction. Now, I'm not so sure. Like, I guess the big problem is that I have no idea what J.B. Say says. And I have no idea what Distut says. And I have no idea what Ricardo says about them other than what we have on this footnote. So that's why it makes me want to go read that.
Yeah. It makes me want to go read Rousseau and Proudhon as well. Like, because like there's this idea of value and I don't know, like go back and I don't know.
All right, hold on. I lost Nance here. I think on the recording side, everybody else will see that I lost Nance here. Look at him. Look at his face. He's all just stuck like that. Shit. All right, I'm gonna pause this recording until we figure out what's going on. Until he's back. 15 minutes later.
Dude. The internet. Yesterday, my internet was down for hours. And I was furious. And I mean, I get angry sometimes, but I usually get over it pretty quick. Like, I guess I have like quick impulses of anger, and then it's over and done with. But there's like a specific kind of anger that comes from when your internet in your house doesn't work. It really does feel like some part of you got forcibly removed, forcibly amputated. Like, cause it's your home and it's your internet and it's supposed to work, and it's anger, and it's like this feeling of disconnection from the world, and you feel ineffective, and like, I don't know, it's just such, it's a fucked up feeling. And then this morning, my router had a little mini freak out for the last 15 minutes. We were waiting for it to reconnect.
And you had this yesterday too, right? Like all day yesterday. It was like ongoing issue.
All day I got home from being out and about, and the internet wasn't working, and it took me hours of like fucking around with my router, trying to figure out what was going on. And then I just had to do a factory reset on it, because it was just like, no, I'm done working. And it sucks. It's infuriating. Like, I spend a lot of money. I bought an expensive router. It's like a $300 router. I pay like $100 a month for the high-speed internet. Like, these things should fucking work.
It's kind of like, there's just like, there are reasons that I sit down at a computer. I don't like to sit at a computer for 8 hours. Usually when I sit down on a computer, it's to get something done. And usually that's something that could be done in 3 hours. But when the CPU's crapping out, or the internet's crapping out, or I keep getting 503 errors because the host for my website is slogging. All of these things are forcing, Heideggerian breakdowns in our world, in our, and they force us out of the intentional concern with whatever it is that we're doing. And it brings the circumspective background conditions into clarity. But the thing is the whole point of good tools is to fade into the background. They're not supposed to be lit up. We're not supposed to be aware of them. We're supposed to be able to get these things done, to the point where I'm like, I'm starting to think if Nance lived in Boise, the internet would never see me again. I'd just be like, bye guys, bye guys, bye. Like when fucking Brian was able to join one time, and he was sitting here at this chair and we were reading together. I haven't posted that video yet, but we'd be doing a lot more of that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is like, it highlights so many things. And yeah, it's like, no, all this is supposed to be hidden. This is like, I'm not supposed to be aware of this tool that I'm trying to use. And when it is brought to the forefront of your awareness, it's infuriating.
Yeah. So, and this all ties back to Capital, because ultimately, this internet service, the commodity, the service of the internet, is not being made for its use value. It's being made for its exchange value, which is to say that they're like, oh, we can sell you on this. It's all ultimately so that they can sell you on it. That's it. So,
well, dude, and I pay for the super fast internet, whatever it is. and I never get the speed that it's advertised to be at. Like I pay for the gigabit internet and I never have a gigabit. Like I get, a couple hundred up, a couple hundred down, but it's supposed to be 1,000, not 200. But when I pay for the lower tier internet, it's noticeably slower. So I continue paying for the top tier or whatever, and I never actually get it.
All right, let's scroll it to footnote 34 in the middle of the screen there and carry on. So I want to read footnote 34 as well because it appears to be, it's like he wrote these really long footnotes here, and in them he is arguing with standard political economists. So that's why I want to dive into them. So 34, he says, it is one of the chief failings of classical political economy that it has never succeeded by means of its analysis of commodities and in particular of their value in discovering the form of value which in fact turns value into exchange value. Even its best so that's interesting, right? Because I've been trying to understand the difference between use value, exchange value, and just value. Because I thought until very recently that value, when he uses it as a single word, is exchange value. And of course, from this reading, we get that value is based in exchange value, or that so basically the exchange value overcomes the use value side of the ratio or equation in any commodity, because value becomes the glue of all social relations. Is that so? For instance, is that so?
He is largely when he talks about value, he is talking about exchange value, where he specifies, and I think that's it. I think every time he specifies, we need to at least perk our ears up a little bit because it is this foggy concept. It is a little bit of a black box because of its social nature. Like it's constructed and determined socially. It's contradictory. It's mysterious. And it's floating, right? It's not really tied to anything other than itself. Like it is this like tautology. And I feel like that accounts for a lot of, I don't know, probably my misunderstandings and probably a lot of other people's misunderstandings is that, for the most part, when he doesn't specify, he is talking about exchange value. But then there are moments when he does specify and it always gets a bit fucky because it is a bit fucky.
So I just added to the notes then right here that political economists have never succeeded in discovering how, and then this is the quote, the form of value, discovering the word how, but discovering the form of value which in fact turns value into exchange value. All right. Even its best representatives, Adam Smith and Ricardo, treat the form of value as something of indifference, something eternal or external to the nature of the commodity itself. The explanation for this is not simply that their attention is entirely absorbed by the analysis of the magnitude of value. It lies deeper. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most universal form of the bourgeois mode of production. By that fact, it stamps the bourgeois mode of production as a particular kind of social production of a historical and transitory character. If then we make the mistake of treating it as the eternal natural form of social production, we necessarily overlook the specificity of the value form and consequently of the commodity form together with its further developments, the money form, the capital form, etc. We therefore find that economists who are entirely agreed that labor time is the measure of the magnitude of value have the strangest and most contradictory ideas about money, that is, about the universal equivalent in its finished form. This emerges sharply when they deal with banking, where the commonplace definitions of money will no longer hold water. Hence, there has arisen in opposition to the classical economists a restored mercantilist system, which sees in value only the social form, or rather its insubstantial semblance. Let me point out once and for all that by classical political economy, I mean the economists who, since the time of W. Petty, have investigated the real internal framework of bourgeois relations of production, as opposed to the vulgar economists who only flounder around within the apparent framework of those relations, ceaselessly ruminate on the material long since provided by scientific political economy, and seek their plausible explanations of the crudest phenomena for the domestic purposes of the bourgeoisie. Apart from this, the vulgar economists confine themselves to systematizing in a pedantic way and proclaiming for everlasting truths the banal and complacent notions held by the bourgeois agents of production about their own world, which is to them the best possible one. So he's making a distinction between the classical political economists and the vulgar economists. And what is the difference? So it's what, like the vulgar economists take all the terms of political economy for granted, whereas they take it for granted.
Whereas these classical economists are investigating the real internal framework of bourgeois relations of production. So the classical political economists are interested in finding out what's going on. The vulgar ones just assume it and just say, oh yeah, that value, we can take that value at face value. We don't have to interrogate it. So he's saying, I am standing on the shoulders of these giants, and even though they're wrong, they're on the right track, or they're driving down the right road or whatever. Whereas these guys over here are doing the very thing.
So then he has another footnote 35. And it seems like in all of these footnotes, he's kind of arguing with political economists or talking about political economy. And so let's see what that one is. 35, the economists have a singular way of proceeding. For them, there are only two kinds of institutions, artificial and natural. The institutions the institutions of feudalism are artificial institutions. Those of the bourgeoisie are natural institutions. In this, they resemble the theologians who likewise established two kinds of religion. Every religion which is not theirs. Sorry, there's something wrong with this text. Every religion which is not theirs is an invention of men, while their own is an emanation of God. Thus, there has been history, but there is no longer any. Yeah, we're at the end of history. We actually understand the true revealed religion. That's exactly what he's saying there. And so that's what he was referencing with the church fathers in their relation to all previous religions. Truly comical is M. Bastiat, who imagines that the ancient Greeks and Romans lived by plunder alone. For if people lived by plunder for centuries, there must, after all, always be something there to plunder. In other words, the objects of plunder must be continually reproduced. It seems, therefore, that even the Greeks and the Romans had a process of production, hence an economy, which constituted the material basis of their world as much as the bourgeois economy constitutes that of the present-day world. Or perhaps Bastiat means that a mode of production based on the labor of slaves is based on a system of plunder. In that case, he is on dangerous ground. If a giant thinker like Aristotle could err in his evaluation of slave labor, why should a dwarf economist like Bastiat be right in his evaluation of wage labor? I seize this opportunity of briefly refuting an objection made by a German-American publication to my work, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, his critique of political economy from 1859. My view, I don't know why they would leave that untranslated. My view is that each particular mode of production and the relations of production corresponding to it at each given moment, in short, the economic structure of society, is the real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness, and that the mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. So like that's actually, is he making a base superstructure distinction right here?
Yeah, that's what I just wrote that in the notes. Yeah.
Yeah. The real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness, and that the mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. He doesn't say determines, he says conditions. And
right.
Of course, that could be the translation, but I think that is important. I would just add to that footnote, base conditions superstructure, and then
not determines. Right.
And then in brackets add not determines, but then I say add that in brackets because it's a translation question. You know, if we ever really wanted to get down in the weeds, we'd have to actually figure out the standard German usage of condition versus determine from around that time, you know, whatever. Not really our dog. I don't feel like we really have a dog in that fight. Like, I don't think we really give a shit about, because I don't think that Marx is this vulgar base reductionist anyway. But of course, if that was a mistranslation, then maybe he was, you know what I mean? Like that, I'm just kind of paying attention to those kinds of things. But now we're on to page 176. I will let you take it away.
Oh, all right. The degree to which some economists are misled by the fetishism attached to the world of commodities, or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labor, is shown, among other things, by the dull and tedious dispute over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the labor bestowed upon a thing, it can have no more natural content than has, for example, the rate of exchange. As the commodity form is the most general and the most undeveloped form of bourgeois production, it makes its appearance at an early date, though not in the same predominant and therefore characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is still relatively easy to penetrate, but when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Where did the illusions of the monetary system come from? The adherents of the monetary system did not see gold and silver as representing money as a social relation of production, but in the form of natural objects with peculiar social properties. And what of modern political economy, which looks down so disdainfully on the monetary system? Does not its fetishism become quite palpable when it deals with capital? How long is it since the disappearance of the physiocratic illusion that ground rent grows out of the soil, not out of society? But to avoid anticipating, we will content ourselves here with one more example relating to the commodity form itself. If commodities could speak, they would say this: our use value may interest men, but it does not belong to us as objects. What does belong to us as objects, however, is our value. Our own intercourse as commodities proves it. We relate to each other merely as exchange values. Now, listen how those commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Value, that is exchange value, is a property of things, riches. Use value, of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchanges. Riches do not. Riches, use value, are the attribute of man. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a commodity is rich. A pearl or a diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value, either in a pearl or a diamond.
Oh, I just realized. Oh, okay. I was looking at the screen. And I was like, where are you at?
Oh,
we're on the next page. Okay.
I forgot to scroll. Sorry.
Yeah, because you're reading from the physical copy. I just ran another room and got my physical copy too. It's nice to have. Okay. Thanks.
All right, I'll read those. I'll read that. Value, exchange value, is a property of things. Riches, use value, of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchanges. Riches do not. Riches, use value, are the attribute of man. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a commodity is rich. A man or a community is rich. A pearl or a diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond.
So that's S. Bailey, he's saying. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond.
The economists who have discovered this chemical substance and who lay special claim to critical acumen nevertheless find that the use value of material objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of a thing is realized without exchange, i.e. in the direct relation between the thing and man, while inversely its value is realized only in exchange, that is, in a social process. Who would not call to mind at this point the advice given by the good Dogberry to the night watchman Seacole? To be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature.
Hold on. So before we move on, though, this is a seemingly important quote and a kind of standalone one. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. The economists who have discovered this chemical substance and who lay special claim to critical acumen nevertheless find that the use value of material objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of a thing is realized without exchange. That is, in the direct relation between the thing and the man, while inversely, its value is realized only in exchange, as in a social process. So he's saying that they are aware of that latter half? And isn't that what he said? Isn't that what he's saying too, though? So he's dunking on them. So what I'm confused because he's critiquing them, but isn't he saying that they think what he just has been arguing for the last 15 pages?
I think he's what confirms him in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of a thing is realized without exchange in the direct relation between the thing and man, while inversely this value is realized only in exchange. I think he's saying this is how they maintain their position, because this process of exchange reifies this supposed intrinsic value.
Okay,
so that's how they continue to get it wrong.
Okay, you're right. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. We can keep going. But that's, I'll make a note about that. That's a really good one.
Yeah. And that is the end of chapter 1, which it's definitely not the end of our engagement with chapter 1. We got a lot of shit going on with chapter 1, but we finished chapter 1. We finished our reading of chapter 1. That much is gone. Only this much more left.
I thought we had like another 20 pages or something. I've been in this mentality of this will go on forever. Like I've not.
Well, in a sense, it will, but
no, but I straight up thought that we were gonna keep going here. So that's awesome. So I feel like that as the final paragraph really does fucking put the nail on the head of the value form interpretation. Like he just said it. He just said that the reason that they're able to believe that a commodity holds an intrinsic value, like the conflation between use value and exchange value, the naturalization of exchange value via use value happens because these two concomitant things are occurring, right?
Yeah. The Ouroboros. I mean, I'm not certain. But that's what I think is going on. Like, I think people are just getting confused because like the process reifies itself. Like it is this tautological thing that we can't escape. Like we can't get out of it. You can deny it, you can reject it, but that's dysfunctional and you won't be successful. Like it's this thing that is posited by the process itself, and the process is at the base of everything else. This value, and so it's just hard for people to really like grip, and it makes so much sense to like reduce everything to, oh well, yeah, that has value because a person put labor time into it. Like that is intuitive. And it's also true in quotes.
Well, it's true because we all have limited time and energy, and we want things to be, we want internet to serve its function in the background. We want tools to serve their functions in the background. We want useful things. And so, of course, when we go to market, like we tell ourselves it's for useful things, right? And so it becomes the legitimation narrative of everything. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, I'm spending money on that, and that money that I earned took time. And so the thing I get should be saving me time, right? Like there's this whole story there. And he's just saying that's a legitimation narrative that allows this shit to function. Yeah. Well, at this point, I think we're about to close out, but I guess we should probably let you all know that there are two paths forward that we are looking at. One is to continue reading, so we just move into chapter 2. The other is to turn right around and read 3 books about chapter 1.
Yeah.
You want to explain that?
So Mosley is responding to this value form Marxism in Heinrich with his book, Marx's Theory of Value in Chapter 1 of Capital, a critique of Heinrich's value form interpretation. So that's one book. And
that's the thing, is that it's a direct response to Heinrich's entire book.
Right.
So Heinrich wrote a book called How to Read Capital, and then he focuses on chapter 1 as his. He just says, look, if you can figure out how to read chapter 1, you could do the rest on your own. And so he really just focuses on chapter 1. Yeah, and that's what Mosley is responding to, which came out of a talk he gave, which is currently available on YouTube. So Mosley responding to Heinrich at a live on a live panel. Yeah.
That was the one that was something after Mega, right? That YouTube video.
It might have been, but I think it also might have been called something like Marx's Monetary Theory of Value, and it was just like Mosley's like there being like, no. And he's very respectful, and he says that he really likes a lot of stuff that Heinrich's doing and thinks that he's done very important work and stuff. And then so basically he's like, yeah, I was going to give a whole presentation on this, but instead I decided to give a whole presentation on this, which is to say, he's like, because he realized what Heinrich is up to here, he's like, no, I'm going to change my presentation and do a presentation on chapter 1. And so then I think that became the basis for this book that he put out. So it's like, we've got Heinrich's book, we've got Mosley's book, and then you were about to talk about the third book.
And then Thomas Nail, who's from the School for Materialist Research, wrote a book called Marx in Motion that I read a few years ago, and I just started reading it again. And it is also about chapter 1 of Capital. And it seems to me that Thomas Nail is kind of coming out of left field. But to kind of bring chapter 1, we're not going to definitively come down on anything, but since there has been so much time spent with this question, with chapter 1, it would be interesting to do that. So we have Heinrich, then we have Mosley, and then to bring in Thomas Nail with a different view of chapter 1. I don't know, like we're here already. We might as well, right?
We're not going anywhere. This Capital Mondays is a weekly international holiday, and
International Working Men's Holiday.
Yeah, and to keep this motherfucker alive, we got to do whatever we want. Like that's and also in terms of just basic prophilicity here, we do want to let you all know that we're going to sink our teeth into this and tear into it. And of course, it's debatable that we're actually like as serious as we want to take ourselves here. But it is important that we at least send those signals to you all. But no, I actually, to me, it's like, I want to be that person. I want to be that person who goes that hard. I want to be that person who gets to the bottom of debates like this one. And
it's like, hey, we're here and we're doing this. And in a sense, like we're doing this, all else be damned. Like we don't care. We're here. We're committed. We're doing it. But we're also like, whoa, slow down. Why are we moving on to all this when there's still these questions, when there's still this uncertainty? You guys are all like continuing to run down the track. Like, no, we got to make sure our shoes are laced up nice and tight so they don't fall off, 56 laps from now. Like it does seem a bit silly for people to be so certain on a lot of the shit when there are still such huge questions. And like, that's what we're trying to do, right? Like we're trying to understand this. So it does make sense to stop here and tarry with these questions. Because I think people who move on in supposed certainty, I think they are pretending that they have the answer. I don't think they do. And maybe the answer is there, waiting to be articulated or discovered. I don't know. Like,
did Marx actually say in chapter 1, I've just got all these questions, but like this one, did Marx actually say in chapter 1 what value separate from use value and exchange value is? Like
someone,
he's making
YouTube commenters, tell us, like, we stopped, we stopped and we talked. If we missed something, leave a comment and say, no, here on page 139, you guys read this. Go back to page 139 and read it again. That would help us out a lot.
Please do that, guys. And, I know that guys like Sean Middlestat are trying to keep up with these. And Sean's like a serious thinker in his own right. He's got his own project. I love he did Beast Mode, wrote an amazing piece in the Underground Theory volume. And he just wrote another piece for a future volume. And he became one of the subscribers at Theory Underground recently. And he was basically saying like he's really excited about this Capital Mondays thing. Well, I want you to know, and I want anyone else like him to know that, like, if you're serious about the Capital Mondays project, you like one way of like really challenging yourself and going way harder than just listening or just reading it on your own is to play us through and follow our notes, which are bad notes. Our notes are not very good, and make your own suggestions to the notes.
Yeah.
And then the thing is what we will do is we will review your suggestions. We will cross-examine your suggestions against the actual text. We'll suggest our own revisions to those. It's going to become a whole thing. We're only laying the basis for something that will hopefully become like a serious Capital Mondays seminar cohort. Now, of course, if someone just gets in there and starts schizo posting and doing theory poetry and just saying whatever and drawing random connections, like whatever, we're not going to care. I know that, for instance, Sean wouldn't be like that. So that's why I'm using him as an example here. It's just say like, I want serious engagement. And now look, you can do it in the comment section. You can be like, hey guys, at this point, page 146 or 63, like you said this, but also go back to the page, look at what it says. Here's the thing that you're missing. Say that in the comment section. We might make the revisions to our notes document ourselves. But if you're like going hardcore and you're really wanting to tarry with this, I would love to add you to the Google Notes document as a commenter. And that's just because I've ceased to believe that it's advantageous to have more than 2 people editing a notes document. I think that the rest needs to be commenting. But then you put us in the situation of having to like work through your suggestion, compare it to the text, figure out what's going on there. And so, yeah, really glad you took this in that direction, Nance. Which is really,
that's the tier 3 subs. Like, that is, I don't know, like it's a benefit to this project. Like, not only are you able to follow along but you have access to be able to do that. And that, I would love that shit. Like, if there was somebody who was going hard, because to be honest, YouTube comments, I don't care so much about.
Because that's a lot more performative. It's something you're doing in public. It's supposedly, it's something that like,
yeah,
I don't know. It's hard to like, I just feel like it's going to be a lot more valuable as suggestions to the actual notes document for sure.
Yeah.
And I feel like you could all help. Like, I don't know. I imagine somebody's going to help whip us into shape and make us better note takers, you know?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, and that's been an ongoing process, getting better at taking notes. Today, or I guess this session, we talked about, well, what does that mean? You might know what it means right now, but is future you or future me going to have any idea what you mean when you're just vaguely gesturing at something? Like, no. Think about the directionality of the notes as you're taking them, which is probably one of my biggest struggles. Like, I can jot shit down and pretend, oh yeah, I'm using this as shorthand. But in a year when I come back to it, I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Right. So, yeah, that's the biggest thing is making ourselves decipherable to our future selves. Yeah. Because reading and writing is supposed to somehow replace memorization, like deep memorization of all culture, right? And if we're reading and just going, oh yeah, it makes sense in the moment, and then we just jot down something that relates, or like we feel like it basically nails it, but in the present in a way that doesn't make sense to our future selves, we're not actually getting to that point. We're not developing ourselves in that way. For the folks listening to this, we've got up on the screen a couple of Rottweilers, and they are terrifying Rottweilers. And it says Dave and Nance doing a mini series about chapter 1 of Das Kapital, fleshing out an understanding of the contradictions between Heinrich, Mosley, and Nail's readings of the first chapter of Das Kapital. It should say they then bust out. They then bust out an entire series about all 3 volumes, the whole time going back and forth, just beasting it all out while avoiding traps and eschewing commitments.
Yeah, man, that shit is dope. It's going to be dope. It currently is dope. And I think stopping and tarrying with chapter 1 is fun. It's awesome, because it's like these are some questions that are up in the air. I really appreciate Heinrich. I'm really looking forward to, I guess, confronting that with Mosley, another trustworthy, respectable thinker. Like to be able to have that opportunity to kind of have this play out, and then to have Nail come in and he dunks on some stuff, but he also brings in like a new perspective. Like for me, when I read Marx in Motion, it changed my relationship to Marx. I was like, oh wow, there's things I assumed that I never really interrogated. So I'm excited to tarry with chapter 1, but then also to continue on as well and be like, no, like we're doing it. This is what is happening. We are doing this. So we might as well do it right. It's like when you're building a house, you can take your time and get things done right, or you can half-ass it and you can do shortcuts and cut corners, and just, slap some dry board on fucking slap shit over it and paint it and just pretend like, oh yeah. But having taken the time in the first place to get it done right makes a difference for the ultimate quality of the house that you're building. And this is the same thing. No, we're taking our time to do it right.
Yeah, guys. So I'm glad you're along for the ride, everybody. I'm excited. I never really imagined that we'd be doing this like this, but I'm excited for the way it's taking shape, and I am excited to talk to these people, to be able to actually interview these different people after we've done this kind of work, after we've really sunk our teeth into it, to be able to bring them on and ask them more questions, because, I mean, so outside of Mosley and Nail and Heinrich, there's also a value form theorist named Patrick Murray. Someone in the comment section had alerted me to Andrew Kleinman critiquing Patrick Murray on his value form Marxism, but I don't know how Patrick Murray relates to Heinrich. I don't know if it's just all the same arguments. I don't know if it's something different. I don't know how it relates. But I think Andrew Kleinman is the kind of guy who would probably actually want to help us out, help us make sense of this kind of thing, because I was watching some YouTube talks that he gave, and he ultimately said that people get, like, academia like supports academics doing like this hyper niche competitive bullshit where it's less collaborative. And you know, he said, because people care too much about making a name for themselves over things. And it's like, I care about making a name for myself as an educator more than as a, you know, like the Marxist who did whatever. And so for me, I'm a lot more interested in letting the contradictions become apparent, like letting people understand the contradictions on their own, but within the field, the constitutive contradictions of the field, so that people can think for themselves. And it sounds like Kleinman's also interested in that. And I think he's got a dog in the fight, but at the same time, he cares about extra academic institutions. He cares about working class, extra academic working class. Did I just say that? Yeah. He cares about extra academic working class institutions. So people like him. And all of these people are ultimately probably going to see the value in this kind of project, what we are ultimately doing here. And so, yeah, one of the cool things that we can do with Capital Mondays is actual interviews with people. So if you all have ideas about people we should speak to, let us know why we should speak to them. Because obviously, like, the kind of comment I hate is when someone comes along and says, do this thinker next. They just say it. Like, I recently told someone, stop doing that or you're gone. Like, because that's the only kind of comment they ever did on videos was, do this next. And it's just like, shut the fuck up. How about you actually communicate with me like a human being? Can you imagine sitting there in a classroom and then I give a whole lecture on something and then you're just like, do this next? It's stupid. Shut the fuck up. I'm not a vending machine. Okay. Actually engage. Tell me why it relates to my concerns, my research interests, or this overarching project. If you really are along for the ride and you've been following the stuff that we've been doing, show us why, tell us how. And so that's why I appreciate that commenter for putting me onto Andrew Kleinman and his critique of Patrick Murray. And I'm a baby in this whole debate. I didn't realize these people were even, I didn't know about them, right? Now I know about them. So thank you. Is there anybody else we need to know about? Let us know. But don't just say it in a sentence. Like, explain yourself. Like, make it make sense to someone who's not just yourself. Okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That is actually sort of what Byung-Chul Han's referring to when he's talking about the autistic self-referentiality and the narcissistic self-referentiality of the neoliberal achievement junkie subject, right? Like he's talking about like, I mean, when he talks about that, he's getting at this very thing where it's like, what a person engages in this way that is, it only makes sense what they're saying from their standpoint. And they're not even thinking, oh, how would another person read this? And does this actually make sense? They're just saying, oh, this, and it just makes sense to them because they're not even, they can't even imagine a conversation. They're just saying their thing.
Yeah. You're just a face on a screen. And the only way they ever interface is by scrolling or by upvoting or downvoting or by leaving comments because they don't like, their perspective is the only one that matters.
Also up on the screen, everybody, I've got the Critical Doxology and Timenergy seminar, which begins in January. And by the time you're watching this video, it's probably already January. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. These are built to allow people to catch up. Even if you're 3 months late, you should be able to catch up pretty easily because there's only one lecture session per month. It meets every fourth Sunday of the month, every month of the year, with discussions on the third Sunday. And those discussions are about the readings, but they're also about our personal research related to Timenergy and Critical Doxology. Critical Doxology, obviously this is just the study of common sense, but doing it critically. And so I have Joe Rogan and Oprah Winfrey up on the screen there. Why do I have them under ideology? It's not because I think that they're ideologues. I actually don't. I genuinely do not believe that either of them is an ideologue. I think that what makes them work is that they're not ideologues. Like they care a lot more about people and understanding people than they do about promoting something particular, right? Like they care a lot more about understanding, and maybe they care more about being perceived as though they understand. Right? Like, or care or want to understand people. It could just be their prolificity, but let's just accept it for what it is. I think the authenticity question is stupid. Let's set that aside and just say they care about understanding people. That's what their brand is. But they have reading lists, and on their reading lists is a lot of self-help, business success, woke memoirs, and general hustle and grind set material that I would say forms the actual substratum of capitalist ideology in this era, from left to right, from PMC to petty bourgeois rhetoric. And we'll be working through some of their essential sources and bringing it into dialogue with thinkers like Aristotle, Kant, Bergson, Nietzsche, Marx, Heidegger, Adorno, Lacan, Byung-Chul Han, critical theory, and doing so kind of from the Timenergy standpoint, which is to say, thinking from the standpoint of as working class people who have finite time and energy, who never have in our weeks large energy infused repeatable blocks of time, what are people telling us is the solution, the grand solution to our problems? And like, what's the baby in the bathwater that we want to honor, dignify, but also, what are they missing, right? And that kind of critical engagement with this kind of material doesn't exist. It never has existed. Nobody in critical theory has ever done it, to my knowledge. This kind of connection, taking on the Oprah Winfrey reading list or the Joe Rogan reading list and doing it seriously from the standpoint of high theory, has never been done. And it needs to be done. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be the ones to do it so you can get in on the ground floor of something exciting and unique that will also, coincidentally, help you think about your priorities and the life that you're building and how to do it better, but also help you critique the people who are kind of bludgeoning you with that kind of bullshit. So we kind of get to have our cake and eat it too. Anything you want to say and close about that?
Yeah, I think it's awesome to come at, I don't know, this pop culture stuff and take it seriously and dignify it. Not everyone, the majority of people in my life have this, like they react when someone presents themselves as an intellectual or an academic or a philosopher or whatever. They're like, well, fuck that guy. That guy sucks. Because most of those guys do suck, because most of those guys shit all over this when it shouldn't be shitted on. It makes up so much of the content, so much of the meaningful content of people's everyday lives. And to just immediately dismiss it and say, well, yeah, but we know that's all foolish. Fuck those people. So to dignify it, to take it seriously, I think is hugely important. And yeah, people aren't doing that, and they're missing the point.
Yeah, no, they would rather go talk about ideology in Moby Dick, talk about ideology in James Joyce, talk about ideology in the TV show Friends, or like whatever. They don't care about the kind of ideology that actually shapes that participates most crucially in the reconstruction of subjectivity at those points of subjective destitution, when people are going through radical change and trying to take personal responsibility for their radical change, right? You're going to get like Dale Carnegie, Covey, Seven Habits of a Highly Effective Guy, or Brene Brown. Like, these people are so much more fundamental for how we restructure ourselves in times of crisis than the TV show Friends, or fucking something written
Casablanca, the like movies no one's ever seen, books no one's ever read, orchestral concert music that no one fucking listens to. Like, yeah, that's all fun and sure, it serves its purpose, but it's just doing the ivory tower, jerking yourself off thing.
Right. And and that's a passive dig at Slavoj, is it not? Like, this is
yeah.
But the thing is like, we can appreciate Slavoj for breaking the dam in a sort of sense, because everyone wants him to shut up and not do pop culture or vulgar culture. And I say everyone in academics. They don't like this mixture of high theory and the vulgar cultural artifacts. And so Žižek has been instrumental in breaking that dam, that barrier. We're just taking it to the next logical step. We're saying, yes, he's right to take it to the vulgar, but he's not taking it far enough, because he's not going to those vulgar things that are most instrumental in actually grounding people out during times of crisis. He's the thinker of interpassivity. So of course, this is the kinds of stuff that people watch interpassively, like these kinds of shows. And of course, it's advantageous for him to focus this way, because film studies itself cares more about theory than philosophy circles or political science circles or economic circles. And so if it's like Byung-Chul Han choosing artists as his audience. Žižek early on chose film studies as his audience, and that's great. But there's not a institution in academia that we could pander to for this much more deeply ideological level of I don't know what to call it. It's not research, but it's just like it is a discourse. Yeah.
And it's such a dominant discourse. Like it dominates social media. It dominates these moments of crisis when you're in jail, when you're going through bereavement, when you've lost your job, when you're getting a divorce. Like all these moments in your lives that are so impactful. And also, that's all there really is all over social media, like all over the thing that is most invasive in our daily lives. It's all, I mean, not all, but the stuff that people take seriously is this self-help grind set type content. So it's like, yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road, this stuff. And people are ignoring it because they're just saying, oh, I don't care. It's stupid. It's too vulgar.
Right. And I think that's, let's analyze that really quickly. In yourself, you hate this kind of writing. Like the Comfort Crisis book, as an example, it's just driving you crazy while you're reading it. Or Orland Claff's Pitch Anything. You're just getting triggered, right? You're not reading it like in this critical theoretical way. You're reading it in this fucking sucks. This is annoying. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Way. And so I kind of want to give you an opportunity to speak to that, because I think that you're representative of the tendency. This is the tendency. Like that is how everyone feels when you love quality texts that challenge you. And then someone's like, you gotta read this, man. And they give you this thing and you start reading it and you're like, fuck, dude. So yeah, you want to elaborate on your position?
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's definitely multiple levels to it. I think, I don't know, maybe the first level is I want to think of myself as smart in quotations, right? And so I'm just like, I'm doing the thing. I'm that's an affectation where it's like, oh, well, this is too lowbrow for me. What do you mean too lowbrow for me? You know, I spent 6 years of my life cleaning toilets covered in human poop. Like, I don't know if you can get much more lowbrow than that. But there's that, but then there's also, and maybe it's just something I like to tell myself, but I feel like I could do this better. I don't want people to continue being taken advantage of, because I feel like the overwhelming majority of these texts are taking advantage of their audience. I've seen it in my family and my friends where they latch onto these texts and they think, this is it. I found the missing piece and now my life will be complete. And that, I don't like seeing that. That hurts me. It often damages their life later down the road when they're confronted with the fact that they didn't find the missing piece. And so for the last year or 2 or 3 years, they thought they were doing everything right. And then they find themselves in this place of this moment of failure. And that's painful for them. And that pisses me off, because I think, no, I could do what these texts claim to be doing. I could actually do that. I could actually say true, worthwhile things to the masses. That's something I could do. And then even with that, like, so there's this element of jealousy, but there's also, I do believe that I genuinely do care, and I get pissed off because it's like, stop doing it, because I'm like, oh, well, that's capital. That's the market. That's these people who are distinguishing themselves and pushing their narrative for their own self-benefit. And I don't like to see that. So it's, I mean, yeah, it is very charged. But I trust us. I do trust us and the other people that are going to be involved. I trust our intentions and I trust our abilities to get it done right, because it does matter.
And partially this is coming out of our experiences with the critical media theory research cohort, where we have been bringing in popular works into dialogue with high theory. And so the sparks that fly when you bring these things together, I think it provokes thinking on our own. And it also helps us ground out in the real common sense of our society. Like I've said this elsewhere, but like Judith Butler as an example, it never tells you what her sources are for her conception of American common sense. For instance, I mean, maybe she might make a reference to the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, or something like that. Let's just imagine that she does. But did she ever do a critical, like a sustained critical engagement with it? No, it's more like brought up as a sort of like, oh yeah, that's so passe. We know that's dumb. And it's like this in-group reifying thing. Instead of like, where's the book by Butler that is the sequel to Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus? Where's the actual sequel? Like, why aren't critical theorists writing critical sequels to these mainstay cultural texts? So for instance, like the Courage to Grow by Brene Brown, you know, being sold to us as like the solution. I know so many people who go through this phase of maybe they went through some kind of a breakup and now they're trying to get their life together. And they're just like, oh, I've got to be, my problem in my relationship was that I was not vulnerable enough. And then they go into a new relationship and now they're super vulnerable thanks to Brene Brown. And what that turns into is a new set of frustrations on top of the old ones because their ideal of perfection, against which their drive always undermines or sets itself against, now has this ideal standard of like this long form, ongoing meta vulnerability and dialogue in all relationships all of the time. And nobody has the time energy for it. And so if you ever respond to a person who's in the Brene Brown headspace in an impatient way, it's violence. It's now it's violence. And you're an abuser because you just are busy and like on your shit. Like, and it's like, so that creates a new problem because it's created this unrealistic expectation of what you need to do, which should be so easy, which will then solve all your problems. And of course, because it doesn't solve all your problems, you think it's either your fault or you think it's these other people's fault for not playing along. The exact same thing is true with Rosenberg's. Is that his name? I don't think that's his name. The nonviolence communication guy. The NVC. So nonviolent communication goes right along with this sort of Brene Brown thing. And it's, you know, it's this ideal speech model that people start to measure themselves against and think will be the grand solution to end war, to end poverty, to end, you know, class division, to end relational dysfunction. And it also assumes unlimited time energy. It is a model based in, oh, we've got the time and the energy to be able to marshal all of our resources and focus on the relationship. Now, coming from him, that makes sense because he was like mediating actual conflict between nation states. So but the thing is like, yeah, it was his full-time job. The people he was mediating between, it was their full-time job to show up and actually be in that space. But then he takes that and puts that in the domestic relationship. He puts that between roommates, between lovers, between coworkers, between employees and managers. Simon Sinek with his whole approach to leading from behind and, you know, why don't managers tell their employees that they love them kind of bullshit. Like, he's also bringing this in. Now, I'm bringing in Simon Sinek, Brene Brown. Can you look up the nonviolent communication guy?
It's Rosenberg, Michael Rosenberg.
Okay, so I was right. Yes. Okay, so Rosenberg. These are examples of the more left PMC side of the spectrum when it comes to this self-help business success worldview. You could, on that same left side, put, is his name Young Pueblo? Let me just double check. Young Pueblo. Yeah, it is Young Pueblo. His real name is Diego Perez, but he wrote a book called Inward, And, he's got millions of followers on Instagram because he makes these really short, little, thoughtful, succinct daily reminders for people to keep their head straight. It's just like mental. It's mental and I don't want to say endurance, but it's like little, basically poems or haikus or little. He condenses ancient wisdom into like these little pithy or thought-provoking or beautiful statements, and it's right in line with all of these other thinkers that are on the left PMC rhetorical side of this spectrum. On the right side, though, is obviously the subtle art of not giving a fuck, the how to win friends and influence people, 7 habits of highly effective people, atomic habits, right? And so, yeah, but these are the books that people turn to, and these are the books that hurt people the most. Like they have their grains of truth. They wouldn't work if they didn't have their grains of truth. A lot of those grains of truths are ones that they've actually monopolized because critical theory people either think it's so obvious it's not worth talking about, or they think it's so ideological. Oh, you can't say that because if you say, oh yeah, you got to take responsibility. Well, what that leads to is Reaganism and victim blaming. And they have like this whole idea of what that leads to, but they can never just like sublate the kernel of truth into their own project. And so, which gives a monopoly on certain truths to these kinds of people. So yeah, I wanted to turn the end of this session into a plug for critical doxology and time energy because it's coming up quickly. It's going to begin on the 4th Sunday of January. And I just hope that you will all get in there. I want to see some people sign up for it. And the best way to be a part of it is by becoming a tier 2 or higher subscriber at Theory Underground through the app or through the website, or paying for the course itself. Just get in there, join us. It's going to be interesting. And it's building up to the conference, which will be in October 2024. And so the research you're doing there builds up to presentations and papers that can ultimately potentially get into an actual anthology. And who knows, maybe you'll actually be able to be a part of our 21st Century Council of Nicaea event, which we talked about that with Cadell. That's the only place that we've announced this, but because I'm going to re-release this segment as a standalone video. Did you see that? Do you know what I'm talking about? This 21st Century Council Nicaea event?
Yeah, kind of coming together and I don't know, discovering what the core concepts and like the key doxa are of our current situation. To then be able to critique it, but like first finding out what is worth tarrying with, what is worth sifting through.
Right. Like what are the essential texts of 21st century actual scripture? And when we say actual scripture, we're not saying the actual truth or the actual true gospel. We're saying from the standpoint of our culture, what are the essential texts? Can we, for instance, take the 48 laws of power and the subtle art of not giving a fuck and say those are derivative and downstream from these more essential texts? And then we could say, well, but are they essential popularizations of those other texts? And then in the longer run, it'd be nice to be able to say, what are the core assumptions of this left PMC to right petty bourgeois, spectrum of rhetoric and ideology? Like what would be the central assumptions that make them different, but then what would be the central assumptions that make them the same? And source that. Where are the actual like sort of lodestones or like linchpins of that in these texts? Like Tony Robbins has obviously played this tremendous role in popularizing the right petty bourgeois side of the equation, right? Well, even if he's not essential in this originary sense, then he's an essential popularizer. And so then we have to figure that out.
He's a key figure.
Yeah. And then the Council of Nicaea metaphor. Well, what is the metaphor? Because I think that a lot of people that one probably just goes over their head, right?
So I think it was the 3rd century of the Common Era. The leaders of the nascent Catholicism came together in Nicaea and had a council to decide what would be canonized into the Bible. So before the Council of Nicaea, there were hundreds of books that constituted the corpus of Christian scripture, and then the Council of Nicaea. And actually, I think it was a sequential one. Like there were multiple councils of Nicaea that, when we say the Council of Nicaea, we refer to one that I think might have been the 3rd or maybe the 2nd. I don't know. But before that, there were hundreds of books in the Old and New Testaments, and they came together and said, what describes our narrative and what doesn't? What do we need to cast off? And so I don't know if anyone's heard of like the Nag Hammadi Library, or the Dead Sea Scrolls, or this Hidden Gospel of Thomas, or like there's tons of books that are apocryphal or heretical that weren't always apocryphal or heretical.
Right.
And
like the book of Judas,
they came together.
Judas, like I've seen people posting about the book of Judas or whatever. And it's like, well, why is that not in the Bible? Because of the Council of Nicaea it's like, okay, it's kind of like nowadays. It's like the internet. It's the dark age. Mm-hmm. It's the TMI. It's the dark age of TMI. Too much information, too many conflicting narratives, too much, like no cohesion. Nobody has agreed upon social reference points for their culture texts. And you can say, well, they wanted to capture the whole scene. They wanted to capture the scene by institutionalizing the ones they saw valid and then saying the other ones were heretical, which ultimately, because this was all put together by the Roman Emperor Constantine, that could result in like, oh, if you're out here teaching heretical texts defined as heretical simply because they're not included, then maybe you could be killed, or maybe you could be punished somehow, or maybe your status as a priest or a church or whatever, it gets revoked. And so it's like, it is gatekeeping in this like strong sense. But the difference between then and now, between that dark age and this dark age, this is something we got into with Cadell, is twofold. Now we got into the second one with Cadell, but what I want to point out, we didn't get into this at the time, is that the biggest difference is that Christianity, as well as just all like traditional religions, at the point that they really have to articulate themselves and say, this is what's in and that's all what's out, are very different from capitalist ideology, which functions by not telling you have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. You can do whatever you want. You can just go to whatever life coach, whatever woke memoir, whatever grind, set, hustle, business success literature you want to, but you as an individual have to figure out how to keep getting back to work on time. You as an individual have to find a way to love it. You as an individual have to find a way to valorize yourself. And so there's a billion things out there to help you towards that end. And you feel free because you have the free choice to kind of direct yourself ideologically. The point is that it needs to ultimately reincorporate you back into the same thing. And so just like the PMC is the class that benefits most by not thinking of itself as a class, and that's an essential function in the reproduction of capital today, this ideology works best when it's not ideology at all. And part of what makes it not ideology is that there's not a church for it. There's not a church for self-help, hustle, grind, whatever. there's not a church you can go to where they're just like, yeah, it's Tony Robbins this week, and then it's Covey next week, and then it's Carnegie. No, they're not going to say that. Instead, it's going to be your manager actually saying, oh yeah, you might want to check out this book. Or it might be your coworker who says, oh yeah, this one really helped me through the top. Oh, 12 Rules for Life. That really helped me get there.
Your favorite influencer who empowers you and makes you believe that you are working for your utmost when in reality, you're not.
Yeah, the influencer who's selling you on Brene Brown and how much this changed their life or whatever, right? Or it could be Joe Rogan or, Oprah Winfrey. So yeah, this is its power is by remaining apparently non-ideological, apparently having no direct ties to the war machine, apparently having no ties to, say, naturalizing the turning everything solid into air for the sake of capital valorization, this ultimate reduction of all useful things and relationships to the sign of exchange, right? Like that is all something that benefits from not being recognized as. Now, what was the other thing? We talked about it with Cadell, the other difference between then and now. Do you remember off the top of your head? Because I do, but I want to see if you do.
Was it that? I'm trying to remember.
It's CMT.
Then Cadell and I talked about how fucked we are. Was it that we're fucked?
No, it's the CMT angle. It's the CMT angle. Because obviously they were fucked in the Dark Ages too.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's just that the media conditions themselves have changed so radically. Yeah. Right. And so it's like at the Council of Nicaea, you have a handful of elites selected by an emperor who are supposed to put this thing together. As opposed to, and I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm just saying like that was necessary because of the mode of communication at the time. The media conditions obviously changed with the Protestant Reformation based in the printing press, right? So what would the Council of Nicaea look like after the printing press? It wouldn't. It can't. There can be never again can there be that kind of centralization of ideology. It just will never work again. In fact, at this point, we're at what seems, this going back to the first point, the extreme semblance of rhizomatic, dispersed, non-centralization of ideology. When in fact, subtending all of the literature is a certain set of assumptions and a certain
complete
and a certain
couldn't
function.
be more complete because of that illusion of actual distributed communication that's happening is what makes it total. So confronting the fact that nothing is really happening is, I think it's radical. Like,
and doing it in the context of the critical media theory research that is going on at Theory Underground. So if you're a tier 1 subscriber, then you already have access to the critical media theory stuff. We meet every second Sunday of the month, and the discussions for that happens on the first Sunday. So some people are going to be at tier 2, 3, 4 and be engaged at this level where they're doing the CMT shit and they're doing the Timenergy shit. And so kind of having that context there, having that dialogue there, is going to be useful because, yeah, we are in this neo-dark age, ushering in the neo-feudal age or whatever the fuck. But the changed conditions of the PMC, of the media context, of all of this allows people to think of themselves as literate when they're not. Like back then, the priests who were getting together and actually doing the Council of Nicaea project, they were the only reading people, like them and their monks or whatever, like, and their scribes, like they were the only reading people there. The broader public it wasn't literate at all, right? And so it was like nonsensical. Like, of course they had to do that. But now, of course we have this idea of specialists and experts who are supposed to ultimately you're responsible for subscribing to the correct ones or whatever. Like there is that idea there, but also we have this idea that we're all literate now and that we're all capable of doing this on our own, which is a sort of like Protestant ideal that we have, but of course no one can read. But of course we're functionally illiterate. Of course we don't have the time energy to genuinely contextualize any of the books that we've mentioned so far. All of the books that we've mentioned so far, if a person's reading it and it's the first real book that they've seriously read that's nonfiction in say 10 years, maybe they're in prison, maybe they're going through a breakup, divorce, death in the family, lost one, whatever it is, and they're reading it seriously now because they are functionally illiterate, because they are structurally stultified of their time energy, it's going to read as a transparent, like they only see what's on the page. They can't see the decisions that were made to get what's on the page there. They don't understand the context within which it functions discursively. And so that's the kind of stuff that we'll be getting into. We really hope that you will all be able to join us because it's going to be a great time.
Yeah, it's going to be the shit.
All right, cool. Let's cut this thing off. Hope to see you all there. Peace.
Peace.
Thinking is super uncool, and that's why you should do it. It's just like almost anything that's like cool anymore. Yeah, it just sucks. And I think that's like what the underground movement has always been about, is just like seeing what's in the mainstream, being like, it ain't there, and kind of like cobbling something together, you know? And yeah, it's a little mismatched, but that's like its beauty.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, where workers with earbuds can find genuine liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
We bring primary texts from leading lights of diverse fields to bear on topical issues and works popular in our current world. Theory Underground is a publishing house as well as lecture course and social media platform.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
Yes.
And
amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
This is a little experiment in what I, David McKerracher, can pull off without relying on the academy or the algorithmic dictates of the attention economy.
Usually, a good edited collection has good essays, but you only want to read a few. Every essay makes me want to read the other essays because you have a vision. Everyone that you invited for a reason. You weren't some fake publicist. It's like, how's so-and-so's a new book? Have them on your show. No, you only talk to people because you've read shit by them that you've thought about, that you think has value, even if you disagree. So I think that's what's amazing.
I believe that I am, like so many others, pioneering a future in which educators can form learning webs that will make learning as a way of life enjoyable and emancipatory. However, before these tools become accessible, they have to be experimented with. That's why I built my own website and app using nothing more than my own saved wages, 5 patrons, and some small classes of students over the last year. Of course, I also have had my wife Anne's moral support and help with accounting so that I don't get in trouble with the IRS or whatever. In less than a year, Theory Underground has already put out 8 courses, 2 books, one, my book, Time Energy, and the other, Underground Theory, which has over 30 contributors, including works written by students at Theory Underground, some of my fellow travelers, and colleagues in the broader universe of Underground Theory. Beyond the books and courses, though, you will also find interviews, reading exegetical reaction sessions, and live weekly events for working class autodidacts, independent researchers, and renegade academics. These include a variety of clubs and cohorts that meet on a weekly or monthly basis. If you want to get involved, there are 4 main subscription levels.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind.
The point is to make learning, practice, and theoretical comprehension a way of life. Support at this stage of the operation is more crucial than ever because my savings were used up over the last year of getting this established. If I can triple my subscribers in the next 2 months, I can quit my gig at Amazon and focus on this work full time. All I need is a few more people at each of the levels, or a couple big time patrons who just want to see it happen. Right now I am doing a patron and site subscriber drive, so excuse the commercial. But if you end up really liking what goes on at this channel, consider signing up soon. If you cannot afford it, but want to get involved with some of the stuff behind the paywall, I have made a financial aid scholarship you can sign up for here in the description. Quick side note, some people ask about the profit motive. At this point, I have not actually made a return on any of my investment in terms of the amount of time, energy that I put into things, the amount of savings I've actually put into things, the opportunity cost of the work that I'm doing as opposed to the other kinds of things that I could be doing for money. But more importantly, I don't actually make enough to pay for my cost of living. The goal is to make enough for my cost of living. And then once that is achieved, everything over that amount is going to go towards expanding the operation to the point where I can hire Michael Downs, aka Mikey of The Dangerous Maybe, to be a full-time researcher and part-time teacher at Theory Underground. All right, so with that aside, I just want to say also, if you are a worker with earbuds, what's up? I see you. I work at Amazon part-time, and everything I do is for my past self who used to work there full-time. Most workers with earbuds couldn't care less about theory, but I do believe a working class intellectual revolution could grow out of the underground theory scene. My hope is that what I have built here will contribute to making the scene something more than just a scene, and you into something more than just a scene kid. We're trying to make this into a real intellectual milieu capable of leading a way forward beyond the imminent crises facing humanity. But for that, we need thinking now more than ever.
Start thinking.
I hope that you either will or have enjoyed the program, and also make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and leave this playing in the background all the time while you're doing other things.
Playing long-form Theory Underground content in the background while you do things has, in the near future, been scientifically proven to emancipate minds from the functional illiteracy imposed on workers by the structural stultification of time energy. This is achieved by reterritorializing circumspective concern.
Also, to some degree, it is for the algorithm.
Think of it like a gym membership, but for your mind!
I love you so much.